ya. Red leather, red leather, red leather. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. We're about to get rolling here. Check, check, check. Red leather, red leather, red leather. Are we in the end times, ladies and gentlemen? Are we in the end times? We're going to find out. All right. Check, check. Red leather, red leather, red leather. Pop. Hey, let's fade this in. What's up, everybody? What's up, everybody? Let's fade this music out. How's everybody doing tonight? Welcome to the Dreaded Conservative Show. It is 6 o'clock Mountain Standard Time, United States of America, in Utah. My name is Josh. I am the Dreaded Conservative. Welcome to the show. It's Monday night. We're kicking the week off right. The world's a crazy place. I just report on it. I poorly timed the ending of some of my auctions for some of my cards. So they're ending right now. So I need to announce winners to these. Hold on. Some of them have time extensions for sniping rules because people bid in the last couple minutes. Okay, he bid a minute. We got a little auction battle going on over this card. Let's see. We're going to add 10 minutes to all of these. This one's at $30. Hopefully this guy wins so I got one guy who bid on multiple of my cards. We got a good show tonight. Sorry, that's not part of the show plan, but I don't know why I set it up to end at 6 o'clock on a Monday, these auctions. I forgot. Got some other cards in the mail from that tournament that I played in. Prize packs. Got to open these up. Hopefully I can make a little bread off of this chunk of cards right here. Hopefully we get some good stuff out of there because your boy is broke. Well, we got a lot of news to cover. We got a lot of Bible thumping to do tonight. We've been doing the show for more than a year, so we're going to get to the point where we start repeating themes and repeating segments, talking about things that are important over and over again. If you like people like Alex Jones or Crowder, any of these, big commentators, eventually you're going to repeat the same thing twice. So tonight we're going to be talking about the end times. Are the end times near? The world is on fire. America, Canada, everything's burning. We got red skies. Is this a sign of the end times? We're going to talk about the end times. Do a lot of Bible thumping. The 10 signs of the end of the apocalypse. We're going to talk about all that. We'll talk about the Canadian wildfires. It's kind of old news by now. The skies have kind of cleared up in the northeast of America. But this is a weekly news show, so we're going to cover the news from earlier in the week. We're going to talk about the Trump indictment. We're going to spend some time. First thing we'll talk about is the Trump indictment. We'll spend a lot of time on that. Sorry, I can't see the chat. What's up, Bibby? Yo. I have a super early morning, so I'm kicking back. Auction wars, yes, sir. And, yeah, so until 6:10, I gotta watch these auctions. If people keep bidding, then I gotta keep extending it. Basically, so sniping rules so that you can't wait until the last minute and bid. If somebody the auction ends at 6 o'clock. If somebody bids 5 minutes before 6, then I have to extend the time by 10 minutes. That way, people just can't come in at the last second and bid and steal the auction. You extend the time, and then if somebody bids again, you extend it another 5 minutes or another 10 minutes. Repeating themes or segments are good. Helps to go back from time to time and reevaluate. I agree. So we're going to talk about the end times. It's also nice to talk about, the apocalypse during Pride Month. So we'll be doing that. I don't have a lot of weird cess stuff in the news this week. We did a lot of that over the last 2 weeks. We'll try to avoid some of that. We'll talk about Ellen Pay. I just dead named. Sorry. Elliot. We'll talk about Elliot pulling a Smollett. Elliot Smollett. We'll talk about Lil Uzi Vert changing their pronouns, and then basically I just covered the weird cess stuff news. The fires, and then we got more fake alien news. I just did an alien show like a month ago because we were talking about the Arrow and how basically they came out and said we don't have any evidence of extraterrestrial life. But then this whistleblower comes out, changes things up. We got a clip of some Indian people in Vegas apparently saw an alien in their backyard. These aliens are so advanced that they just crash. They crash in Vegas and run through people's backyards like and dip, and then we can't find them. These are some advanced beings. Yeah, I don't know if I can say that, but yes, I agree, baby. Yeah, Juno was a great movie. It's sad. Rest in peace, Ellen Page. Rest in peace. She's gone. She's gone. We got Elliot now. Elliot with the ab implant. So, what else we got? Tucker on Twitter. Fake alien news. Canadian fires. Trump. That's the whole main first segment, and then we got a lot of smaller news. I'm gonna do a review of the movie Nefarious. I think it's a very good movie, and we're gonna expose once again how the critics are completely out of touch with the world. A bunch of liberal critics on Rotten Tomatoes don't like the movie Nefarious. I wonder why. We'll talk about that. I'll give a review, and then I got a long clip. It's 10 minutes of the movie. No spoilers. No spoilers in the clip, but a lot of very deep prophetic things get said in that movie. So I made a long clip. We're going to play it fast, like 1.5 speed, so that I don't get like taken down for copyright audio. We'll play at 1.5 speed. It's fast. It's just some really deep stuff, and I would have tried to make it shorter, but there's just a lot of stuff in that movie that people need to hear. So, and it's not a big movie. It was only in select theaters. You can watch it for free on M4U TV, M4UFreeTV.com. But be careful if you go there. It's one of them bootleg movie sites where I watch all the movies and TV shows that I don't want to pay for. But just be careful if you go to that website. Don't have any kids around, because all the advertisements, like I'm not even going to pull it up on a stream or anything, because the advertisements are filthy. A lot of degenerate advertisements on that site, and it'll always refer you to like porno movies and stuff. So, but if you want to see the movie, you can go there and watch it, but there's going to be a lot of degenerate advertisements. So we'll do a Nefarious review and a Nefarious clip. Good movie. And then we'll talk about the end times. Do some Bible thumping. Got a lot of verses. And yeah, a lot of little news stories this week. That we're going to touch on. We're going to also read an excerpt of Industrial Society. We're going to skim through Industrial Societies and its futures. I don't know if that can get me taken down on YouTube, but we're going to give it a shot. Nefarious, made by Christians for atheists, I believe. Yes, pretty much. Made by Christians for... The atheists don't like it. And I'm going to show you the Rotten Tomatoes. Of course, if Rotten Tomatoes critics give it a 99, the audience is going to give it a 0. And if Rotten Tomatoes audience gives it a 99, the critics are going to give it a 0. And we have that example with Nefarious. But first, let's play a song to get this rolling while I check these auctions. It's 6:08, so while this song is playing, I'm going to wrap up these auctions. This song's it's all right. It's from Fugatio. I just picked it because we play a lot of Bryson and Tyson. I want to switch it up a little bit, but it is relevant. This song is Trump Indictment from Fugatio, Blow, and Stony Dude Bro. Stony Dude Bro. What up, Stony Dude Bro? All right, let's listen to the song while I check these auctions and get the show on the road.
Good evening, and we're coming back on the air at this hour with major developments in the special counsel's investigation into former President Donald Trump. This, of course, would be the first president ever to be indicted.
How's everybody doing?
Trump did nothing wrong except fight for the people. Trump did nothing wrong, fight for good versus the evil. Trump
Let me check
did nothing wrong, he did everything legal. Trump did nothing wrong, I hope the deep state gets the needle. Trump did nothing wrong, you can bet that. Trump did nothing wrong, we're Hunter Biden at.
Hold on.
Trump did nothing wrong, but be the best POTUS. Trump did nothing wrong, they mad, he the GOATest. Corruption's at an all-time high. Hunter Biden's on balloons in the sky. The DOJ ain't got no evidence, yeah, that's what Haba say. Alina's fighting for our prezi, patriots keep your faith. It's a spiritual warfare. R.I.P. to justices, hijacked by rhinos and pitches always smiling with. 7 counts of conspiracy, obstruction and false statements. Why sleepy Joe Biden still hiding in that basement? DeSantis, you so MAGA, then we're Big Trump's part in that. Vivek's fresh on the scene and he's already repping that. You a proud American, it's time to stand for Trump. This a witch hunt, faking and Jesse getting jumped. Trump did nothing wrong except fight for the people. Trump did nothing wrong, fight for good versus the evil. Trump did nothing wrong, he did everything legal. Trump did nothing wrong, I hope the deep state gets the needle. Trump did nothing wrong, you can bet that. Trump did nothing wrong, we're Hunter Biden at. Trump did nothing wrong, but be the best POTUS. Trump did nothing wrong, yeah, they mad, he the GOATest. Here we go again, it's another witch hunt. Okay, here we go again.
All right, one more left.
Yeah, the Trump train rolling, it ain't ever gonna stop. Strapping dimmies to the tracks in them
What's up,
traders
Stephen
from the
Will?
gap. Hey, Ron DeSantis,
How you guys doing tonight?
Nikki Haley in my pits. Trump made y'all relevant, so
It's a
make it
travesty,
make
guys.
sense.
It's a
Y'all ain't
travesty.
got no loyalty, y'all sold out to the highest bidder. Trump still a trending topic, he ain't even on Twitter. Trump did nothing wrong except fight for the people. Trump did nothing wrong, fight for good versus the evil. Trump did nothing wrong, he did everything legal. Trump did nothing wrong. I hope that
Trump
these
did nothing
niggas
wrong.
delete 'em.
Trump did nothing wrong.
Get call me, F Demis. Get call me, F Demis.
What is he saying? F Denny's. Hey, but that's the song. That's the song. Let's start this show off, guys. Let's start this show. Let's get this show on the road. All right, guys. How's everybody doing tonight? As you can tell from the song, Trump has been indicted. Trump has been federally indicted. So his first indictment was a civil state thing in New York over the Stormy Daniels stuff. We talked about that. They tried to get him with that. It didn't work. You know, it's just a constant attack on our boy. A constant attack on our boy. I see a lot of people flaking out, going with DeSantis now. Like, what does Trump have to gain? Trump is the only president in history who lost money by being president. Every other president gained wealth and gained power and gained status. Trump had more status, more respect, more money as a New York real estate mogul than he did as president. He lost money as president. He lost respect. He lost status. He's been through the ringer once. Why would any man who's seen what happens when he becomes president, why would they subject themselves to that again? Unless there's some sort of just or admirable cause for doing it. He's not going to gain power from becoming president again. He's not going to gain wealth from becoming president. He can't be bought. Whereas DeSantis is going to go from $100K a year salary to a $400K a year salary. DeSantis, we don't know. He's young. He's a young guy. We don't know what's going to happen if he becomes president. So I don't see why people are flaking on Trump so easily, so flippantly. It's like people are windmills. They're just windmills, and they turn wherever the wind blows. And it's sad to see. I'm not saying DeSantis is a bad guy. I think from what we've seen, he might do a great job, but there's still a big question mark there. We don't know what would happen if DeSantis gets in. But now Trump is not only the first president to be indicted, now he's the first president to be indicted twice. He's also the second president to be indicted. He's also the first president to be federally indicted. And this is kind of a big deal. It may be a total witch hunt. It may be a total sham, considering that this is about the documents that he had at Mar-a-Lago, which a president has unilateral authority to declassify anything that they choose. So he had the authority to do that. Every president for the past 28 presidents has declassified and taken documents with them. Okay, so Joe Biden, by authorizing this federal attack, has set a very dangerous precedent, because Joe Biden took documents, and then people will say, well, he returned them the first time he was asked. But the issue isn't how quickly he turned them in. The issue is he was vice president when he took those documents. Mike Pence was vice president when he took documents home. Vice president doesn't have the authority to do that. A president has unilateral authority to do that. That means all he has to do is say so. All a president has to do to declassify a document is say so. That's it. And Trump did. He declassified the documents and he brought them home. And now he's being federally indicted. And I already said all this. It is definitely an attack from Biden. Let's watch what Trump had to say about this on Truth Social. I believe this is kind of long, but I'm just going to play it for you guys. I actually, hold up. Because of these auctions, and I was running around. Yeah, okay, that one's over. 18 bucks there. 32 here. 32 here. Yeah. 32 here, 20, 18 plus 7. So not as much I was hoping to get. I kind of knew that one card that said $90 was not going to go for $90, but I didn't go to the restroom before I started, so I'm going to play this video from Trump on Truth Social. Here's a boy over on Truth Social. I am an innocent man. The Biden administration is totally corrupt. This is election interference facts. He's running. He's running, and I'm going to get to my kind of pessimistic ideas after we watch this. But I'm I'm not I'm not an optimist. I'm not a pessimist. I'm just a realist. And if we're being real, I'm a little worried. Not worried. I just because I don't care. Regardless of who gets elected, I'm still gonna do my thing. You know. But we'll talk about it after. Let's play this.
Very sadly, we're a nation in decline, and yet they go after a popular president, a president that got
You're
more
one busy
votes
guy.
than
I
any
try to be.
sitting
Be wise.
president
Hola, be
in the history
wise.
of our country,
Where's stubborn one at?
by far.
Next election cycle is going to be
And did much
interesting.
better the
Yes.
second time in the election.
People are going with
than
DeSantis over Trump or
the
posers.
first. And they go after
Ron believing the
him
hype too. His ego's
on
taking over.
a box's
Yep.
hoax.
I don't
Just
trust
like the
DeSantis.
Russia,
He's being
Russia,
pushed too
Russia
much. He'll
hoax.
probably be just like
And
all the
of the
right.
others. It's just been going on for.
Yeah, you think DeSantis is gonna get anything done? Like, as soon as he's in there, he's gonna be just like every other president that makes promises. Somebody was telling me he's gonna do a flat tax rate, flat tax rate, flat tax rate. Honestly, I don't even make enough money to worry about taxes. I care more about job availability, affordable housing. Our housing market is ridiculous. The cost of houses, you know, the old heads will tell you buy land, get a house. You can't do that in this market. I mean, you can, but on one person income trying to buy a house, good luck. Good luck. So I want to see the housing market fixed. Who's going to do the best job at fixing the housing market? Probably a real estate mogul. Probably. I'm just saying. But and then jobs. Well, Trump's already proven that. He's already shown that he can help the job market. So yeah, I'm not. DeSantis. I actually think it's a flaw in DeSantis that he's running. I actually think that's crooked of him to run. It's disloyal and it's not admirable that he's even running. If he was a legit honorable dude, he would not run until 2028, and he would put all his support behind the guy who supported him, which is Trump. It's actually hurts his reputation in my eyes that he's running. I don't like that he's even running. But let's watch this. I'll be right back, guys.
For 7 years, they can't stop because it's election interference at the highest level. There's never been anything like what's happened. I'm an innocent man. I'm an innocent person. They had the Mueller hoax, the Mueller report, and that came out. No collusion after 2.5 years. That was set up by Hillary Clinton and Democrats. But this is what they do. This is what they do so well. If they would devote their energies to honesty and integrity, it would be a lot better for our country. They could do a lot better. They could do a lot of great things. But when you look at what's happened to our country in the last 3 years, we were energy independent. We had a strong military that wasn't woke. We were doing so well. We were respected all over the world. Got the biggest tax cuts in history, biggest regulation cuts in history. And what do? You have a president where an election was taken, got more votes than any sitting president in history by far. Never anything even close. And
a lot of this is his normal stuff that he always goes through.
They come after me because now we're leading in the polls again by a lot.
Russia.
And against the Republicans by a lot. But we're leading against
I agree.
Biden
Just wait your
by
turn,
a
DeSantis.
lot,
Facts.
a tremendous amount. And we went up to a level that they figure the way they're going to stop us is by using what's called warfare. And that's what it is. This is warfare for the law. And we can't let it happen.
People don't know why.
We can't let it happen.
Need to revoke their right to vote.
Is going to hell. And they come after Donald Trump, weaponizing the Justice Department, weaponizing.
It doesn't just hurt him, it hurts us. I was telling somebody that is pro DeSantis that the Republican Party is tearing itself apart right now, And the Democrats are sitting back and laughing at us. They're just chilling, laughing at us right now because we're ripping ourselves apart because of this. We have a divide in our party now, and over this DeSantis Trump thing. Now DeSantis people are turning on Trump people are turning on DeSantis people, and it's a bunch of mess. Hold on, somebody messaged me. This guy's asking me how much he owes me. All right, I'm gonna play this and I gotta figure this out.
FBI, we can't let this continue to go on because it's ripping our country to shreds. We have such big problems, and this shouldn't be one of them. It's a hoax. The whole thing is a hoax, just like Russia, just like the fake dossier was a hoax. You saw the Durham report, you saw the Mueller report. It was all a big hoax. You had 2 impeachments, and they lost and we won. And we had tremendous support. But that was a hoax and a scam. And now they're doing it again. It's just a continuation, 7 years, even after I'm out. But it's called election interference. They're trying to destroy a reputation so they can win an election. That's just as bad as doing any of the other things that have been done over the last number of years, and especially during the 2020 election. So I just want to tell you, I'm an innocent man. I did nothing wrong. And we will fight this out just like we've been fighting for 7 years. It would be wonderful if we could devote our full time to making America great again. And that's exactly what we did. But now, again, our country is in decline. We're a failing nation. And this is what they do. I'm an innocent man. We will prove that again. 7 years of proving it. And here we go again.
Here we go again.
Unfair, but that's the way it is. I just want to thank everybody. We are doing something very special for our country. We're putting America first. I always put America first.
50,
and that's why we were in a position.
59.
Unfortunately, that position is no longer valid because they've done such a poor job. But we're in a position where we're going to make America great again. I'm innocent, and we will prove that very, very soundly and hopefully very quickly. Thank you very much.
All right. Good job, Trump. So that's what's going on, and yeah, I'm seeing chat is concurring with me about the DeSantis stuff. Yep, all the infighting is probably going to cost us. Yeah, and honestly, I'm not very I'm not very confident in our election system in general. So really, the enemy is not between Trump or DeSantis. It's how are we going to beat Biden? And the DeSantis people will say, well, DeSantis gives us a better chance at beating Biden, so we need to vote for DeSantis. It doesn't matter in primaries. Whoever wins, that's who's going to go up against Biden, and then we're all going to be able to unite. But if we keep having this infighting for another year, then we're going to fall apart. We're not going to beat Biden, and what's worse is we're not going to beat the system. The Biden isn't who we have to beat. We have to beat our election system. We have to beat the powers that be. Hold on. I got to sorry guys. This is horrible. This is horrible. So 59 plus 5 is 64 plus fees. 64 plus PayPal fees. So 66 should be fine. 66 should be fine. And then, so that's 32, $7. Wait, no, 65. Whatever. 65, 66. 7. 7, 32, 20, 5. All right. 5 for tracking. Sorry, guys. This is unprofessional of me, but it's about the money. We got to get that bag. We got to make that bag. We got to make that bag. What's chat saying? Yes, indeed. How do you vote if our votes are not going through a working system? Right. Yeah, it's a problem. Um, it's going to be interesting. We're going to see. Okay, thanks. Then I got to message this other guy who won the Android card. So 66 plus 17. So I made plus 11. 66, 76, 86. I made like 90 bucks. Made like 90 bucks. That's what I kind of figured. About 90 to 140, somewhere in there. Anyway, let's move on. Let's check out some articles. What are they saying about this? CNN Politics, June 11, 2023, news on Donald Trump's federal indictment, what we covered. Former President Donald Trump faces a total of 37 counts in a federal indictment related to his handling of classified documents after he left office. He is the first former president to face federal charges. Trump, who denies any wrongdoing, rallied against the charges Saturday in his first public remarks since the indictment was unsealed. The White House has declined to comment as Trump and his allies paint the case as politically motivated. There's that money. Let's go. Special counsel Jack Smith has said his office will seek a speedy trial while urging Americans to read the indictment to understand the gravity of crimes charged. Nobody's going to read the whole indictment, guys. Most Americans are not going to read. We're going to pull it up and we're going to take a look at it. Do I have it pulled up? Oh, I have a PDF. Yeah, you got to download a PDF. It's like 80 pages. You think they know people aren't going to read that. Read the indictment to understand the gravity of the crimes charged. The indictment details the locations where Trump allegedly stored classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida, including in a ballroom, a bathroom, and a shower, an office space, his bedroom, and a storage room. So let's take a look at this indictment real quick. I got the PDF pulled up here. So, first off, how many pages is it? Let's see. It is. Oh, it stopped giving me page numbers once we get down to here. Anyway, it's a lot of pages. Not too much, but here's the indictment. You can pull it up for yourself. Sierra Cannot Reinhardt, Donald Trump, and Waltine Nauta. Indictment. At times material to this indictment on or about the dates and approximate times below. Defendant Donald J. Trump was the 45th president of the United States of America. Blah, blah, blah. As president, Trump had lawful access to the most sensitive classified documents and national defense information gathered and owned by the United States government. And then I hear normies saying, oh, he had nuclear information and he was just sharing it with people. You think Trump doesn't know what he's doing? You think Trump doesn't know that he's being recorded when he's looking at these documents and stuff? Like, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. It's way above your pay grade. Don't pretend like you know he did something wrong when he was talking about these nuclear secrets with Russia. I'm sure he had a reason for keeping these documents. And I'm sure he had a reason because there's a video. I don't have the video. I don't have the clip. I should, but I don't. Where he's talking to media and he's like, this here. Yeah, this is very secret. This is very classified. I can't show you this. Oh, and this. You don't want to look at this. And he's going through all the papers. He's not showing it to them. That's why he says, I can't show you this. Defendant, Committee of the United States Department of Defense. Over the course of his presidency, he gathered newspapers, press clippings. What's wrong with gathering newspapers? Letters, notes, cards, photographs, official documents. He likes memorabilia. He's collecting memorabilia and other materials in cardboard boxes that he kept in the White House. Among the materials Trump stored in his boxes were hundreds of classified documents. The classified documents Trump stored in his boxes included information regarding defense and weapons capabilities of both the United States and foreign countries. The United States nuclear programs, potential vulnerabilities of the United States and its allies and military attack. Is it the paperwork saying that the nukes are fake? Is that what the paperwork is? Possible retaliation in response to a foreign attack. The unauthorized disclosure of these classified documents could put at risk the national security of the United States, foreign relations, and safety of the United States military and human sources, and the continued viability of sensitive intelligence collection methods. You see, at 12 p.m., January 20th, Trump ceased to be president. As he departed the White House, Trump caused scores of boxes, many of which contain classified documents, to be transported to Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago was an active social club. Yeah, but he had them all in locked rooms, behind locked doors. No more locked doors, as he's supposed to. It's not like it was just in the Mar-a-Lago public ballroom. This was in his wing of the Mar-a-Lago. It was behind locked door. Nobody had access to it. Unlike Joe Biden, who just kept a garage full of classified documents that he wasn't allowed to take. Cole got the Riz. Aliens or AI, either way, something's getting their cheeks clapped tonight. That's facts. All right. So there's the indictment warrant. The classification marking no foreign stood for non-releasable to foreign nationals and denoted that dissemination of the information was limited to the United States persons. Classified information related to intelligence sources, methods, and analytical process was designated as sensitive compartmented information, SCI. SCI was to be processed, stored, used, or discussed in an accredited sensitive compartment information facility. The only individuals with the appropriate security clearance and additional SCI permissions were authorized to have access. So this is the warrant. I'm not going to read this whole warrant to you guys. This will take all day. We got some really crappy looking pictures. It's 2023. Y'all can't get a better looking picture? What the? You don't got color printers? What is this? What is this? Look at these pictures. Y'all can't get me some better colored photos in the PDF? What is going on here? So this is old. We already talked about this when it initially happened, when they raided his house in Mar-a-Lago to find these things. So let me see. It's okay for Biden. He's a Democrat. No punishment for Dems. Right. Well, they're setting the precedent now. So Cole got their Riz. Oh, fake nuke. Shout out Stubborn One. Yep, that's right. Yeah, well, it isn't okay for Biden because Biden did not have unilateral authority to do that because he was vice president when he took them. Same thing with Mike Pence. So there needs to be, if this is what we're going to do to interfere with elections this time, then there needs to be some consistency. We need to see Joe Biden indicted. We need to see Obama indicted. Hillary Clinton should probably be in prison already. You know about the Clintons.
Yeah.
Oh, Clinton, he murdered a guy.
Right. You know what I'm talking about, Norm. Meanwhile, we have an article here from the Independent. Jonathan Turley tells Fox News that the Trump indictment is extremely damning and a hit below the waterline. Lawyer says Trump legal team have to take out every single count or you've got a 76-year-old man looking at a potentially terminal sentence. He's not going to go to jail. They will not put a president in jail. They can't. That's not going to happen. A former president is not going to see the inside of a cell. So the worst thing, and this is what I was talking about with the my pessimism and how I don't feel too great about all this. He's not going to go to jail. We don't need to worry about that. But they may be able to stop him from running with this stuff. These attacks, when they keep coming, they're going to be able to discredit him enough, and they could potentially, he could be put on house arrest. The very worst that could possibly come from this is he won't be able to run, and he could be put on house arrest. Granted, if you're President Trump, your house arrest is at the Mar-a-Lago. That'd be a bomb place to be on house arrest. But they could get him on house arrest. They could potentially prevent him from running. That's the worst that could happen. Least that could happen, absolutely nothing comes from this, and he has to pay out. He has to pay, well, federal charges. He's not going to just be able to pay off somebody, like with the Stormy stuff. But, you know, if that happens, then we kind of have to, then it makes sense that DeSantis ran. But then it also makes me think maybe DeSantis knew this was going to happen, and that's why he ran. I don't know, but it just, none of it looks good. None of it looks good. Don't be surprised. And don't be surprised in 2024 if Biden gets another 8 years. At least we're going to get a lot of funny short material, right, Bibby? We're going to be able to make fun of Joe Biden for a while longer. Fox News legal commentator Jonathan Turley didn't hold back after the indictment charging former President Donald Trump with 37 counts was unsealed. The indictment, unsealed on Friday afternoon, stems from Mr. Trump's allegedly unlawful retention of hundreds of documents at his Florida residence. Trump aide Walt Nauta has also been charged after he was apparently spotted on surveillance footage moving boxes at the property. The ex-president stands accused of having moved classified documents from the White House at the end of his presidency, despite not having the right to do so. He did have the right to do so. He declassified them. I don't understand this. Mr. Trump showed classified documents to others twice in 2021. The legal filing states Mr. Turley, the Shapiro Chair of Public Interest Law at George Washington University, said on Fox News on Friday afternoon that it is an extremely damning indictment. There are indictments that are sometimes called narrative or speaking indictments. These are indictments that are really meant to make a point as to the depth of the evidence. There are some indictments that are just bare bones, he added. This is not one of those indictments, Mr. Turley said. And this is still a quote. The special counsel knew that there would be a lot of people who were going to allege that the Department of Justice was acting in a biased or politically motivated way. This is clearly an indictment that was drafted to answer those questions. It's overwhelming in detail, he continued. The Trump team should not fool itself. These are hits below the waterline. There are witnesses who apparently testified under oath and gave statements to federal investigators, both of which can be criminally charged if they're false. Those witnesses are directly quoting the president and encouraging others not to look for documents or allegedly to conceal them. It's damaging, Mr. Turley said. This is not an indictment that you can dismiss. There are a lot of people who are testifying under oath, and they're saying highly incriminating things. Of course there are. They hate this man. They hate this man. They're doing everything they can to stop him. We got some colored pictures here. Now I want to know what percentage of these boxes are just newspapers? Because look, newspaper, picture, newspaper. And so obviously if just somebody seeing the box is enough to get a warrant for sharing top secret information, these pictures that they're releasing to the public is sharing top secret information, supposedly. How many of these boxes are just filled with newspaper clippings and pointless stuff? I want to know what percentage of all of these pictures is the harmful material. It's not all of it. It's definitely not all of it. You could see this box spilled over right here. Oh, you think they're just going to show you a picture of a bunch of classified documents? These are not classified documents. So these pictures are all meant to fool the public to thinking, oh my God, he just had boxes and boxes and boxes of harmful information that people shouldn't see. No, a lot of these boxes probably don't have anything worth anything in them. This is it's another hoax. It's another witch hunt. More of the same. Our boy is being attacked. And here's the degenerate. All right, boys, let's be honest. Is it over? The G.I. Joe shorts keep coming. Right. Meanwhile, while all this is happening with Trump, let's do a Biden watch real quick from our boy, Lord Bibby 42. What's up with Biden? He's sniffing this lady. Sir, Sir, what are you doing? Why are you sniffing this lady? G.I. Joe! One more time. One more time. Hey, I just want to sniff your hair. Look at this lady laughing at him. He's standing in line with a bunch of ladies. He's not even supposed to be in that line. He's gonna walk up and slowly creep up. He want to touch that, but donk-a-donk. Sir, sir, what are you doing? Sir, what are you doing? Move out of the line, sir. You're supposed to be over here. Oh, I'm sorry. Joe, watch out. There's a stairs. Those are stairs. You guys need to hold his hand whenever there's a flight of stairs and cameras. Hold his hand. You can't just let this man attempt to walk down a flight of stairs on his own. What are you, crazy? Are you not paying attention? G.I. Joe. All right. But that's it. We will definitely keep you updated on the bogus Trump indictment. It may hit though. It may hit. Don't be, don't be walking like he crapped his pants. Is what over? Cole got the Riz. Is what over? Did they say he could keep those boxes? He has unilateral authority to declassify anything that he wants, and most of those boxes are full of newspaper articles. Dumbass. Pay attention. Pay attention. We just covered that. All right. Canada wildfires intensify. Could last all summer. We got some crazy wildfire. That's my president. Old Joe, that's your boy? Beta.
No, that doesn't work either.
All right. We got wildfires, guys. Since we're going to be talking about the apocalypse and the end time and God raining down a pillar of fire on the world to wipe out and punish all the wicked doers out there. Let's look at these Canadian fires. I know that the skies have already cleared up in New York. I do have a clip from earlier in the week just to show the apocalyptic looking view of the sky earlier this week from New York. But let's read this article from ndtv.com, just a little bit of it. Canada wildfires intensify, could last all summer. Nearly 17,800 square miles have burned since the beginning of the year, well above previous averages, as the country warms quicker than the rest of the world amid climate change. Dun, dun, dun. Climate change. Montreal, Canada. New and intensifying fires are forcing the evacuation of thousands of acres across Canada as the country battled out of control blazes that a provincial minister warned on Saturday could last all summer. Nearly 17,000 square miles have burned since the beginning of the year, well above previous averages as the country warms quicker than the rest of the world. Yeah, you already said that. The country's west has been particularly hit after several days of respite. Fires intensified in Alberta, where Friday night the town of Edson saw its second evacuation since May. The fire is so out of control that some forestry crews have had to back off, said Luce Mercier, Chief Administrative Officer of Yellowhead County, where Edson is located. They can't fight this fire. Speaking of broadcasters, CBC resident Haley Waite said the evacuation of Edson took place in the form of an enormous convoy of people fleeing town. When you're panicking to go all out, all you think about is running away, she said. But as soon as you leave the car, you ask, what if my house is no longer there when I come back? So Canada's on fire. We talked about last week how, what was it? Was it Michigan? I think it was Michigan we talked about had a huge fire last week. We got fires in New Jersey, and we've got these red skies. We've got these red skies. Let me play this clip. Let me play a little clip of the red skies for you guys. It's from Sky News, most of these clips. So the skies were red all over the northeast of America. New York, orange skies equal distracted eyes. Aliens. Cole got the Riz. Do you believe in the aliens? I'm anti-alien here. You can be pro-alien. I'm anti-alien. I don't believe in the aliens. I think it's another psyop. We'll get to that shortly, though. Look at the smog. Before the smog, after the smog. Look at that little ass statue. Look at that little ass Statue of Liberty. That ain't a French statue. The smog is everywhere. Before smog, after smog. Now, there's not really any audio to this. Just some weird lady talking. Yep. Smoke from hundreds of wildfires burning in Canada lingered in the streets of New York on Wednesday. Okay. That's enough of that clip. So yeah, we've got fires everywhere. The skies are turning orange. Hold on. Why won't you minimize? There we go. Cool. All right. I've also got this clip, but we've got Code Red issued from Fox 29. Code Red issued in Philadelphia as smoke from Canada wildfires fills Delaware Valley skies. So it's in Philadelphia. We've got WGN 9 is the Canadian wildfire smoke expected in Chicago. In Chicago, the smoke from wildfires in Canada have left parts of the United States under air quality alert. Some smoke and haze is expected in Chicago and parts of Illinois on Friday. Most of the heavier smoke is expected to continue in the east and as far south as North Carolina. So all over the Northeast, we've got this Doppler looking image right here. Just all this red skies. It's the only time where they show you red on the Doppler imaging, and it's actually red skies. Like if you walk outside, it actually looks like this. But let me see. I do have an interesting short here just to show you. This is crazy. This is crazy. Check this out. Check this out.
All of southeast Quebec just caught on fire, guys. All of it. Insane.
You see that?
Insane.
Look at it.
Look at that.
Look at it. They all just pop up all at the same time. Now, what you're saying, global warming just causes all of these little fires to pop up all at the same time. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's some sort of concerted effort. What's going on? This is crazy.
The whole thing.
Look at all the smoke just pops up. Boom.
All at once.
Boom. He's going back and forth.
Today. And this is on top of Nova Scotia, New Jersey, and the entire western side of Canada burning.
So
all of southeast Quebec.
So if you're curious what I think, allow me to Bible thump for a second. If you're curious what I think, we're going to take a look real fast. Oh my gosh. We're going to take a look real fast at two little excerpts from the Bible before we're not even in the last segment of the show, and we're going to start the Bible thumping. Malachi 4:1, for behold, the day cometh that shall burn as an oven, and all the proud, yea, and all that do wickedly shall be stubble. And the day that cometh shall burn them up, saith the Lord of hosts, that it shall leave them neither root nor branch. Interesting. All right, Malachi. Oh, you want some New Testament? You want some New Testament too? Let me get some New Testament for you. That was Malachi. It's the last book in the Old Testament. Let's check out Peter. 2 Peter 3:7-10. But the heavens and the earth, which are now by the same word, are kept in store, reserved unto fire against the day of judgment and perdition of ungodly men. But beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing, that one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is one day. The Lord is not slack concerning his promise, as some men count slackness, but is long-suffering to usward, not willing that any should perish, but that all should come to repentance. But the day of the Lord will come as a thief in the night, in which the heavens shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. The earth also and the works that are therein shall be burned up. Deep. You want to know why the skies are on fire? Well, happy Pride Month, y'all. Happy Pride Month. That's what I think. That's what I think about it. And Canada, Dean Milk, JS, how's the day? The day is all right, dude. The day is all right. Canada is a mess. I watch a lot of street preacher videos, and I've been playing them during my streams. Dory Love and David Lynn are two well-known street preachers in Canada. And if you watch their videos, you just see the mass degeneracy. You see how hated men of God are, whether they be Muslim, whether they be Christian, whether they be Jewish. Any of those three things, you are hated. You are hated. I don't even believe in the whole, oh, the Jews run everything and blah blah blah. No, I don't believe that. The Jews are hated. Yes, there are some elites who happen to be Jewish, but I don't think those are real Jewish people. The real Jews are hated by the whole world. Same way the Christians are, same way the Muslims are, the people of the book. The world hates the people of the book. Those people who claim that they're using Marxist tactics. They're claiming a name so that they can gain status. They can gain social credit through their status. They say, I'm Jewish, so, the Holocaust happened, so you have to feel sorry for me. That's going to help me excel. Those aren't real Jews. The real Jews are persecuted. The real Christians are persecuted. The real Muslims are persecuted. The world isn't on our side. And yeah, I'm and people, maybe the Christians will get mad at me for this, but I watched Andrew Tate's thing on Value Tame on PBD podcast today, and he was talking about the people of the book. And he's talking about, I haven't finished reading the Quran yet, but when you stop listening to what the world tells you, when you stop listening to, oh, the Muslims flew the planes into the towers, so we have to hate the Muslims. Everybody hate the Muslims. Guys, the Muslims are some of the most based people on earth. The Muslims don't play. You don't see the crap the Christians let happen. Now, I'm never going to convert to Muslim. I'm a Christian. I'm never going to convert to be a Muslim. There's a lot of things in that religion that I disagree with. So you're never going to see me say I'm a Muslim. It's not going to happen. But those are my brothers. We have to love them the same way we love everybody. And, you don't see their countries falling for this crap that America's falling for. Canada is done. Canada is on fire right now. Rain that fire down, baby. That's right, Dean. That's right, Dean. That's right. So it's time to stop playing. We're going to have to team up. We're going to have to team up. Dang on Muslims, the Christians, the Jews. We're going to have to team up, and we're going to have to, well, I can't be doing no calls for violence on YouTube, but let's just say we're going to need to bring back the guillotine for these people who think that they can just freely blaspheme and insult my God. You can insult Jesus? Nope. Hey, Freddie, guess what? You come in here with that mess anymore, you're gone. You're gone. You can say, I disagree with your religion. Here's why. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that, and I'm fine with having a conversation. But if you start saying some degenerate crap about Jesus in my chat, or you start bringing that stuff to me, you're done. You're done. We're going to bring back the guillotine for people like you. Okay? Got it? We're done playing. Game time's over. The fires are coming. Okay? It's time to start the Crusades 3.0. That's all I got to say. That's why the world's on fire. Because we let degenerates get away with too much. No more time to play. I'm gonna be taking a page out the Muslim book. We need a rooftop. You go up on the rooftop. You say, you see the ground down there? It's pretty far, right? Watch how fast you meet it. Boom! Jesus never existed. Can I say that? It's close. It's close. What do you think, Bibby? What do you think, Bibby? I'm going to let Bibby decide. If Bibby wants to, you could say, let's say you could say you don't think Jesus existed, but you can't state that as a fact. I'll let Bibby decide. If he wants to chop you up, he can go ahead. Because really, I'm tired of your nonsense. It's degenerate. and it's wicked. And I tried to show you love for a long time, and you know, but you can say you think he never existed. See, Bibby knows. Bibby knows exactly. Bibby just read my mind. He said exactly what I said, pretty much at the same time I was saying it, but he heard it 20 seconds later. That's crazy. See, he knows. I'll let him deal with you. Because, yeah, opinion pieces. Yeah. There's no proof, so I can know. I don't have to think. There's as much proof. Anyway, why am I even addressing him? You can get rid of him if you want, baby. It's up to you. I'm not even going to read his comments anymore. He's retarded. Smoke from Canada wildfires has colored the skies. Why the orange hue from USA Today? Let's learn some science. Millions of horrified Americans have watched clear blue skies morph into thick orange fogs in recent days as wildfires in Canada and a stalled low-pressure weather system have sent thick plumes of smoke into the United States. Tens of millions of Americans were under air quality alerts Thursday, and in parts of the Northeast, officials urged residents to stay inside and limit or avoid outdoor activities for the third straight day. While familiar to many Americans living in the western part of the country, the eerie orange hues have frightened and confounded some of the regions of the nation less accustomed to the effects of wildfires. The cause, in short, smoke particles from the fires allow sunlight's longer wavelength colors like orange and red. Roy G. Biv. There's 7 colors in the rainbow. Remember that every time you look at an LGBT flag and notice that they only have 6 colors in theirs. That's because it's a twisting of the truth. Pass through while blocking the shorter wavelengths like yellow, blue, and green. Interesting. So we're learning a little science. That's similar to during sunrise and sunset times when the sun is near the horizon and sunlight has to travel through more of Earth's atmosphere to get to you. The additional atmosphere filters out the shorter wavelengths and allows the longer wavelengths to get through, providing reds and oranges during those times, the agency said.
Beta!
Just no matter what happens, someone's going to say something, just some good stuff back that can't be said back. I don't know what that means. Best advice, Fred. Stay on topic with what Josh has and stick to an opinion. Yeah. Quit insulting Christians. You don't have freedom of speech here. Freedom of speech is reserved for a moral and religious people. And so if you're immoral and blaspheming and stuff like that, I don't respect your freedom to speak. I think you need to be shut up. So that's about that. What else? Code Red issued in Philadelphia. We already read that. Also in Chicago. I think that's it. I think that's all I got on that. So yeah, the fires are burning. The fires are burning. It's global warming. It's climate change. I believe in climate change. I believe that the globe is warming for a reason, and we were promised that, and it's happening. And you can watch it happen in front of your face and deny it all you want, but it's happening. The climate is changing, but it's not anthropogenic climate change. It's not man-made climate change. It's not due to carbon emissions from cars. There was more carbon on the planet when the dinosaurs were here. So yeah, that's that. Let's move on. Again, we did an alien episode like a month ago. I don't want to spend too much time on this. Hold on. Before I move on off the fires, I might have another clip. No, I don't have another clip. I don't have another clip. There you go, baby. I'm white. So, aliens. We got more alien news. Y'all know how I feel about the fake aliens. It's another psyop. Reagan talked about it. I don't have the Reagan clip, but he basically said the only way that we're going to unite the world under one world order or under one world government is with the threat of an outside species, of an alien species. This would unite the world and we would all come together. And that sounds nice. It sounds like a good thing, but it's not a good thing, as we're going to find out a little later in the show. Climate change exists, but it's never not existed. They want you to think you are the cause of it. Exactly. It's called weather. It's just called weather. The climate's change. Anthropogenic climate change or man-made climate change due to carbon emissions is fake. But so the fake alien attack, I've been telling people about it. This was an idea that I came up with, and I thought it was an original idea. But then I start listening to Alex Jones. Come to find out, people have been talking about this for decades, that there's going to be a fake alien attack. Project Bluebeam. Project Bluebeam maybe takes it a little too far, because Project Bluebeam implies that they're going to use satellites with holograms to put a giant image of like a god in the sky. It's actually, Project Bluebeam is actually not fake aliens. It's actually that they're going to use satellites with holograms to put a giant god in the sky that can be seen all over the world, to bring people all together under one world religion, which is actually one of the signs of the apocalypse, which we're going to see at the end of the show. But then Project Bluebeam has kind of evolved to maybe the idea is going to be that they're going to do fake aliens. We already know that there's lasers on satellites. I've done whole things about it. They have offensive lasers on satellites, and they could use these satellites to basically do stage a fake alien attack. Now, first, you have to convince the people that aliens are real. Most people, at least maybe not most, but about half the population believes that aliens are real already. So we need to convert the other 50% to make them believe the aliens are real. And then we do a fake staged alien attack. All of a sudden the world goes crazy and they all comply, and we all unite under one world government, one world religion, one world currency, all that stuff. So I've been saying for a long time, before I even knew that it was a thing that people talked about, that there was going to be a fake alien attack incoming. Well, just about a month ago, Arrow said there is no evidence of aliens. Elon Musk said there's no evidence of aliens. Now all of a sudden, there's this whistleblower. This whistleblower comes out from Arrow and talks about UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena. They don't call them UFOs anymore. They call them UAPs. And it's actually not aerial. First, it was unidentified flying objects. Then they started calling them UAPs, which stood for unidentified aerial phenomenon. But then once they kept researching these unidentified aerial phenomenon, they come to realize that 90% of the time, there is no aerial phenomenon. It's simply a camera glitch, or it's just a trick of the eye, or it's a digital thing with compressing the files and all this stuff, and it just makes like a glitch in the image. So it wasn't actually even an aerial phenomenon. So they've changed it again. Now it's unidentified anomalous phenomenon. So UAPs, unidentified anomalous phenomenon. And we got a whistleblower. This whistleblower is coming out with a book. Okay? Just remember that. It's interesting when people are coming out with books, you know, what they'll say. I bet you Stormy Daniels will have a new book coming out soon. I bet you Ellen Smollett will have a new book. She's got a book coming out soon. And this guy, this whistleblower, has a book coming out soon to a bookstore near you. Let's watch this clip.
One of the most trusted former intelligence officials in the US defense and intelligence establishment.
Yes, I was.
You were trusted with the most intimate secrets.
Yes. The UAP task force was refused access to a broad crash retrieval program.
When you say crash retrieval...
Hold on, Sago. I'll address that in a second.
These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles, you know, call it spacecraft if you will, non-human, exotic origin vehicles that have either landed or crashed.
We have spacecraft from another species.
We do, yeah.
Look at this. This guy is so smug. No, I'm not buying it.
Number.
You're kidding.
No. When you recover something that's either landed or crashed, sometimes you encounter dead pilots.
All right, Independence Day.
Believe it or not,
Welcome to Earth.
Fantastical as that sounds, it's true.
One of the most
So the aliens are coming, guys. We have a whistleblower, quote unquote, who's coming out with a new book that says the aliens are coming. U.S. urged to reveal UFO evidence after claim that it has intact alien vehicles. Whistleblower, former intelligence official, says government possess intact and partially intact craft of non-human origin. The U.S. has been urged to disclose evidence of UFOs after a whistleblower, former intelligence official, said the government has possession of intact and partially intact alien vehicles. The former intelligence official, David Grush, who led analysis of unexplained anomalous phenomenon within a U.S. Department of Defense agency, has alleged that the U.S. has craft of non-human origins. Information on these vehicles is being illegally withheld from Congress, Grush told the debrief. Grush said when he turned over classified information about the vehicle to Congress, he suffered retaliation from government officials. He left the government in April after a 14-year career in U.S. intelligence. So this guy's coming out with this stuff, and sure enough, the contagion has already started. The mass hysteria has already started. He doesn't know how to stay on topic. Let me just divert for a second. Sago, what's up, Sago? I saw you posted on Facebook about your dad. I wish you well, man. God bless. R.I.P. to your dad. I'm a libertarian. Oh, don't say that. But I have to say, as a Christian, why support anyone who imposes sanctions on millions of innocent civilians in Iran and Venezuela? What gives him the right? Iran and Venezuela. Sanctions on Iran and Venezuela. You have to be more specific. Probably because we supply their defense, and the Iran stuff was started under Bush. I don't support Bush. That was a proxy war for oil. As a Christian, one imposes sanctions. Also, as a Christian, I don't look for. I render unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Our government. We don't live in a theocracy. Ideally, I would love if we lived in a theocracy. In which case, I would want a man of God, a good man of God, to be our king. I would support that, but we don't have that. We live in a republic. Therefore, I need a politician. I need a politician who's good with politics to run America, because that's the country we live in. So I don't need a son of God. I don't need a a a, a Christ-like man to be in charge. I need a politician. I need or a business owner, a good businessman, because America is a business and it's all about money. So if you're talking about Trump, Trump is that guy. Also, Trump is against abortion, which is based. As a Christian, I support that. Trump did more to get abortion. I mean, we should be putting any woman who commits abortion or any doctor who commits abortion into shackles in the street, or maybe just the guillotine. Any doctor who performs an abortion, any woman who gets an abortion. So really, our government, I'm not looking for Jesus to run the government. Jesus didn't even get involved in politics. John got involved in politics. He got his head cut off. Now, if we had a theocracy, that would be different. I would want a Christian king, but that's not what we have. So I don't need Trump to be an exact replica. I don't need Trump to be Christ-like, but I do want him to, from a Christian perspective and my grounding and my morals and my foundations, Trump's doing the right thing. And sanctions over Venezuela and Iran, I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about, but what gives him the right? Well, the what gives him the right is the fact that he was elected as the leader of the most powerful country on earth, and that we probably do a lot to help those places. I think we should just wipe Venezuela out and take all their oil. How about that? Not the civilians, just their government. They have a crooked government. We should probably just, take over Venezuela. I'm a pro conquest guy, and yeah, I'd like that we had a Christian king, and then we could just take over Iran, and we could take over Venezuela, and then we own the oil. So yeah, actually, if you want to get real Christian about it, if you want to get real Christian about it, I'm not going to find the verse right now, but basically it says that we should conquer. We should conquer. We should you know, conquer these people and wipe people out. Like, I mean, if we want to go Old Testament with it, I think Trump is a lot nicer than the guy that I would put in charge. That's right, Dean. Moderating the great debating. Is he still talking about that? What do you make of Bob Lazar? He supposedly worked on extraterrestrial aircraft in an attempt to reverse engineer. I think he's a liar, to be honest. I've seen him on Joe Rogan. I think he's a liar. They're trying to condition people into it little by little. Everybody only plays games to win. If there's no losers, there's got to be the ones who just suck. What's up, Stubber One? Confusion intensifies. But I don't even know if Sago stuck around to hear me answer his question. And also, I wouldn't tell people that you're a libertarian. No, I'm kidding. Libertarian is neither right nor left, so it's actually just it's like a fence sitter position. It's actually not a it's really not taking a side. You could be a libertarian and be far left or far right. So saying I'm a libertarian isn't really saying anything. Anybody who supports the Second Amendment is a libertarian. But communists support anarcho-commies, tankies. There are very far left people, Antifa people, who support the Second Amendment and are libertarian. There are also very far right people who support the Second Amendment. Actually, if you go really far right, it's such high levels of authoritarianism that you can't really. I mean, you could have anarcho-capitalists and caps, but really, once you start going far right, you can't be libertarian because there's a level of authoritarianism involved. And with a theocracy, there's a high level of authoritarianism. So libertarian is kind of like, it's almost atheist. It's do as thou wilt. It's let everybody do what they do and da da da. Oh, as long as you're not hurting anybody, but it does hurt people. If you just let people do what they want to do, eventually it can lead to harm. So, on some areas I would be libertarian, like the Second Amendment. I think we should be able to have guns. That's a libertarian view. But you can't just be a libertarian. Like, you have to have some sort of economic backing to that. Like, just saying I'm a libertarian is basically just saying you're a fence sitter and you don't want to tell people your real views because it's divisive. Do you think Bob Lazar has lied about everything, including the government attacks him? There seem to be strange things that follow him. I don't know. Libertarians are fence sitters, exactly. It's really just that you don't want to, and I get it. It's the same thing as saying you're a centrist. It's like you don't want to. You're probably the type of person who isn't very like combative and argumentative, and you would rather just be a people pleaser and have everybody agree. Let's all get along. Do you think he's lied about everything? I don't. Well, again, I'm saying I think. I don't know. I don't know his heart. I don't know his mind. I don't know the truth. I just watched all his stuff on Joe Rogan, and I don't buy it. I don't buy it. And then when he puts out books saying, if you put out a book that says, I've got government secrets, here's my government secrets, and you write a book, and then your book gets popular, and then people start to believe the book, but the book is a lie, the government's not going to like that. So maybe the government comes after him because they don't like that he's lying about the government. Or maybe, maybe he's telling the truth. I don't know. I don't believe in aliens, so I don't think he was working on any sort of alien craft. And I don't think demons need spaceships. I don't think aliens who have this advanced knowledge that the James Webb telescope, which is disproving the Big Bang Theory, because it's seeing things that couldn't possibly exist on their scale of time. And this is why, like, some of this science isn't, it's pseudoscience. When they're guessing the age of the Earth, when they're guessing the age of the universe, it's just a guess. It's just a guess. It's not testable. Whereas, like, gravity is testable, observable. You can make a hypothesis. You can do experiments. You can test it. But you can't. When they say the Earth is 44 billion, first the Earth was 6 billion years old. Then it was 9 billion years old. Then it was 13 billion years old. Now I've heard as high as 68 billion years old just for the Earth. Same thing with the universe. They say the universe is constantly expanding. You don't actually know that. They say light travels at this speed, so these things must be this far away. Well, you don't know that light travels at a consistent speed. Scientists don't know that. So that's not accurate. Your age, your guesses at the age of the universe are inaccurate. Every time we build a bigger satellite that can see farther, they find out, oh, we were wrong. Well, I guess we're going to add another 100 billion years to the age of the universe. And so this is all like fake science. They don't know how old the universe is. They don't know how old the Earth is. But could the extraterrestrial craft not be a craft so much as a doorway? It may exist, but it may not be what they said it was. You know what I mean, Jelly Bean? Yes, I do, Tennis Shoe. Yeah, I was trying to think of that, like, but that's why I said demons. I don't know, man. It. I don't know. I feel like it's more likely that it is a foreign craft from another country that they were like testing or something, but I don't know. I think the most likely thing is that he's just a liar. I think that's the most and he's trying to get popular. The aliens are a popular thing. If you write a book about aliens, you can get rich, you can get famous, you can get on Joe Rogan by making up stories. I feel like that's the most likely thing. I don't know, but I feel like it's the most likely thing is that he's just telling a story. That's what I think. But well, what I was just saying is, okay, so the James Webb Telescope, no evidence of life. They can see billions and billions of light years. No evidence of life in the universe. So whatever these alien crafts are, had to travel billions and billions of light years to get here. The advanced technology that they'd have to be able to do that is ridiculous. You think they're just going to crash into Earth? They're just going to crash and no, that's crazy. No, these people could wipe us out these aliens, if they existed, and they could manage to get here. They have the technology to get here. They're not going to crash in Las Vegas. So, meanwhile, Fox says the Pentagon denies secret UFO retrieval program after whistleblower bombshell. Experts and journalists backed whistleblower David Charles Grush, a decorated Air Force veteran who said the U.S. retrieved crafts of non-human origins. The Pentagon's denying it, but experts and journalists are backing it. The Pentagon undermined a whistleblower's claim about a secret government program that he said has been recovering crashed UFOs and reverse engineering their technology. David Charles Grush, a decorated, and this is the same thing. This is the same thing that Lazar guy was saying. And that Lazar guy got famous, and he got to go on Joe Rogan, and he got to write a book, and the book sold a lot. Now this guy's coming out with a book, and he's repeating the same thing that the Bob Lazar guy said. I don't buy it personally. They're retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles. Called it technical vehicles. Call it spacecraft, if you will. Non-human exotic origin vehicles that have either landed or crashed. Well, naturally, when you recover something that's either landed or crashed, sometimes you encounter dead pilots. Yeah, these pilots, they're so advanced, but they crash land. Like, they know how to fly the plane billions of light years, but they don't know how to land it. As fantastic as that sounds, it's true. And so, sure enough, anyway, the point is, sure enough, this news comes out, this whistleblower comes out. UFOs are all in the news. The Pentagon is declassifying information on UAPs. Arrow, which is the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, is coming out saying we're researching these things. But the Arrow guys are like, we don't see any proof of aliens. Elon Musk says no proof of aliens. All the best scientists, all the NASA people say no proof of life in space. But then this guy comes out, whistleblower. It gets deep, right? It is fast. Yeah, it is interesting. It is interesting. But what we see when this stuff happens is a social contagion. So now popping up all over the country, we got stories of alien spottings, alien sightings. More than normal. Let's watch this clip.
Did you see it? Huh? Did you see it?
Yeah, me and him saw it.
What'd you see?
It was like a big creature.
A big creature?
Yeah, like around 10 feet tall.
Because I'm not going to BS you guys. One of my partners said they saw something fall out of the sky too, so that's why I'm kind of curious.
Mass hysteria.
In your backyard? Or?
It's mass hysteria.
That's what they say. They see like a big something with lights. Can we go look at the I have a big yard in the back. You can see.
I see a cat over there.
No, please, can you check this?
Wait, what? Amelia Earhart got eaten by
Where did
cannibals?
they go?
Well, they say that. I'll show you.
You have a dirt backyard? Can you show me if there's a... And I'm sorry, did you see them go anywhere? No, you didn't. You saw...
Now, this officer is like entertaining this, So these people, instead of somebody saying, no, you're crazy, you didn't see anything, I don't believe you, you're a liar. Instead, the officer is entertaining it. Now they're going to tell stories. Now this video is going to get out there. Oh, well, the officer believes him. It must be true. And the mass hysteria is going to spread. And they've already proven that the people will eat up whatever the media tells them. Whatever the media tells you, oh, there's a virus. Oh, you're going to die. Everybody in your family is going to die if you get this virus. Oh, you got to wear the mask. We got to have the plastic on the things. You got to follow the arrows in the grocery store. And people will eat it up. And the fear and the hysteria will spread. And it's happening again. And then this cop, I think this cop, is doing a horrible job here. He's going to go out in the streets and start telling people there's an alien running around. And then they're going to tell their neighbors. And the neighbors are going to tell their neighbors. And friends are going to tell their friends. Then they're going to put this on the news. This is on the Law and Crime channel. This should just be, I'm talking about it. We're signal boosting the fake alien story.
Did they probably go that way? Hey, this might sound like a really
filming the new
dumb
Predator
question,
movie.
But did you guys see anything fall out of the sky? Yeah. We got a call.
Yeah.
My partners actually said that they saw it too. So.
And these people are drunk. This lady's drunker than a mug. Like video footage?
Video footage? No, like if you see any like little, well, not little in this case. They're claiming 8 to 9.
He's about to say if you see any little aliens walking around, let us know. Well, not little. They're 8 to 10 foot tall green people.
Foot tall green beings that were in their backyard. Sounds crazy, but you never know.
No, it's crazy.
But again, I would normally discount it as probably not real.
Right here?
Yes.
And she's drunk.
Nothing. However, seeing as one of my partners said they saw it too, only reason I'm actually investigating.
What did BY say? Oh, we're on top chat, not live chat.
I wanted to find some aliens.
Okay.
Well, hey, if those 9-foot beings come back into your backyard, you call the police and we'll come back here. Okay?
If those beings come back, don't call us, all right? Deal with it yourself. I ain't dealing with that.
Somebody call NASA. Tell them stop it.
I'll drive by and wave at you guys. You're on your own, bro.
All right, take care, guys. Have a good one.
Yeah. Well, cops are going to come for the 10-foot green people. No. That's not going to. What are they going to do? BY said, okay, so how about this? Maybe the spaceships are on autopilot, but our atmosphere knocks it out, and the pilots are just not that well trained. kind of like the diversity hires we have. Oh my gosh. So they're affirmative action alien pilots, probably women aliens. You don't want a woman alien. No offense, B-Wise, but if the plane is crashing, I think everybody would rather have a male pilot than a female pilot. Now, these aliens are supposed to be androgynous. They're supposed to have no sexual organs because they've evolved to where they don't need them anymore. They reproduce with artificial wombs, which actually will have in about 10 years, just so you know. Norwegian scientists are working on fake wombs right now. We already got where you can make petri dish babies, and then they're working on fake wombs in Norway. Within the next 10 years, they're going to be able to produce without man and a woman doing a little bit of this. They're going to be able to just take a little bit of this, take a little bit of this, put them together, put it in an artificial womb, grow the baby. The Matrix is coming. The world is going to be crazy. So these aliens are so advanced that they don't even have reproductive organs. So it's almost like they're all women. And you don't want the woman flying the spacecraft without autopilot. But maybe that's why they crash. That makes sense. You got me there. I don't drive because I agree with you. Not wanting to be part of the problem. Based. Let's go. See, she knows what's up. Uh-oh, chat disconnected. What I do know is I listen to the non-media. That's right, Dean. You gonna be racist to the aliens? Oh, no. These green-skinned aliens? Lord have mercy. So the fake alien invasion is coming, guys. Just be ready. Just be ready. It's gonna happen. It's unavoidable. Fake aliens, the fake nukes, the fake diseases. Now, when I get into my apocalypse talk, I'm going to read a Bible verse to you guys that may change your opinion about COVID. Because one of the signs, just a little preview of what we're going to get into at the end here, one of the signs is plagues and pestilence. And that the plagues and the pestilence are going to be spread by animals. Just saying, foot and mouth disease, mad cow disease, bird flu. What did COVID come from, supposedly? Bats? Maybe it did come from the bats because the biblical plagues, but nah. I think COVID came from a lab, and that's why it didn't really work because man sucks at doing anything correctly, apparently. But when a real bat plague comes along, it's going to wipe people out. I can't help it if I like a handsome man driving me around. Yeah. That's right. Star One's got the driving. Let the man do the driving. And that's a biological thing. Men react better under pressure than women. That's not a misogynist thing. That's not a toxic masculine thing. That's true. Men react better under pressure. So if the plane is going down, you want a man behind the wheel. You don't want an affirmative action black woman flying the plane. That's the last thing you want. You definitely don't want an Asian woman flying the plane. That would be the worst. That would be the worst. Do I have anything more on the aliens? We talked about the Pentagon denies it. The whistleblower's writing a book. The aliens are seen over Las Vegas. U.S. urged to reveal information, but there's nothing to reveal. UFOs over Las Vegas from 8newsnow.com. Seeing strange lights and objects in the sky above Las Vegas isn't anything new. In fact, while this week's story about the family seeing non-human creatures in their backyard after a green fireball streaked across the sky is making international headlines. International headlines. Let's spread the hysteria. In just the past 4 years, similar strange tales have been spun around local campfires. Modern UFO and alien stories really began to define this area as a sighting hotspot. Las Vegas. The aliens are flying to Las Vegas. That's like That's where they're going? Oh, wait, we got video of the... We actually got video of the craft, of the supposed craft.
Nevada is abuzz tonight with stories about the crash of an unknown object and the alleged sighting of strange creatures in the backyard of a Northwest Valley home.
So it was last night that 8 News Now investigator David Charnes reported about how Metro Police responded back on May 1st after receiving a strange call from a very frightened family. Well, our report generated...
Why would you pay money in case something bad happens? What if nothing bad ever happens? You're wasting that money.
A global response.
Or you could just save your money, and then if something bad happens, you'll have the money to take care of it. Why are you going to give a corporation your money that if nothing bad ever happens, you just threw that money away and gave them free money? Insurance is a scam. All insurance is a scam.
Now piecing together the sequence of events has been kind of tricky, in part because the primary witnesses have been almost as elusive as the beings they say they encountered. Chief Investigator George Knapp is as perplexed as the rest of us, George.
As you know, this is not our first UFO rodeo. We
Of course
first heard
not.
about the incident in early May via the Metro Police grapevine. The incident has a lot in common with other bizarre cases from around the world: an alleged crash, strange beings, and bits and pieces that don't make sense. But the police took this seriously, and so do we.
All these people are on drugs. Let's watch this.
Just before midnight on
That's it.
April 30th, skywatchers
right there?
across several western states saw a bright fireball streak through the heavens. A police officer working in the Northwest Valley caught a glimpse of the colorful object on his body.
Huh. That does look pretty crazy. It could be a satellite falling out of the sky. It could be... You know what it looks like? It looks like a laser. It looks like a blue beam. It looks like a blue beam. The type of thing that they would shine from a laser on a satellite. That's what it looks like.
Body cam. At nearly the same time, a ring camera in the area.
Huh. Interesting. It looks just like a blue beam. Car insurance doesn't work like that? Really? So I didn't pay Progressive $200 every month and then never crashed my car. When I sold my car and ended my Progressive insurance and I had never crashed my car, do you think that I got a refund for that $175 that I paid every month for a year? What do you mean car insurance doesn't work like that? No, it is a scam, Dean. You're wrong. What do you mean it doesn't work like that? It 100% works like that. I had a van for a year and a half, and I had a Progressive insurance plan for 2 years because when I got rid of my van, I still had 6 years left on my thing. So you still have to keep paying the insurance even when you don't have the vehicle, or you have to pay a fee to cancel it. And then what happens to all that money I paid? I could have used that. What happens to all that money I paid? Nothing? Oh, guess what? It went in Progressive's pocket. It 100% works like that. What are you talking about? That is how it works. If you pay insurance for a car your entire life and you never get in a crash, do you think they give you that money back? What do you think? That's a scam.
Recorded a strange noise and what sounds like a crash. One family living in a ranch-style home had a much closer view of the object. Two brothers and their father were working on...
Yeah. Okay, so it works exactly how I said it works. Thanks. What's the point of your opinion if it's worthless? Like, that's exactly what I said. But guess what? I never got in a wreck. So why would you pay for something preemptively that isn't going to happen? Why are you paying for a future, for an insurance that isn't going to happen? What if you die? What if you get in a car accident, total your car, and you die? What is your insurance? does your insurance money pay your family? Maybe they do. I don't know about that. Maybe they do. But so if I pay $150 every month for insurance and I have a 1-year plan, and then at the end of that 1 year, I've now given them $2,000, whatever, do the math, $1,500, whatever. I get in a car accident, my car is totaled, and I die. Do they give that money to my family? Oh, no? Oh, are they going to fix my car after I'm dead? Oh, no? So what happens to all that money? I just paid a company a bunch of money for nothing. That's a scam. That is a scam. Okay? It's definitely a scam. 100%. It's a long-term investment for the insurance companies. They calculate how much you will pay throughout your life. And if you wreck and use the insurance, they up your premiums to make it up. Right. So I'm paying you in case I get in a wreck. But if I get in a wreck, I got to pay you more. Come on. That's dumb. I know you have to do it if you want to drive, but it's a scam. It's the same way banks are a scam. It's the same way banks are a scam. You put your money into a bank, they invest your money, and then they make more money off of your money. And what happens if the bank collapses? You lose your money. What? It's gone. Bye. It's a scam. It's all a setup. It's all a setup. What would make sense is because if I die in a car accident, I would want all the money that I gave to the insurance company. They don't need to fix my car because I'm dead. I would want all the money that I paid to the insurance company to go to my family. I think that actually does happen, because I'm pretty sure if, like, I don't know if the driver would, because I know when I was in a car accident on Mag Crew, the company car had like, I guess I understand if you have a company vehicle and you have a lot of people riding, like if you have sort of transport, a company that transports a lot of people in a vehicle, then you would need some sort of insurance, because I was on Mag Crew and we had 11 people in a Suburban and it rolled and 4 of the people died. So the business owner who owned that Suburban had insurance on it, and the insurance company paid money to all the people who died's family. That I understand. That makes sense. But if it's my personal car, and I get in an accident and I die, does the insurance company pay my family? If they do, then that's cool. But if not, they just keep my money? That don't make sense. But that's just one example. The more realistic example is I never get in a car accident. So I pay my entire life. I never get into a car accident, and then I die of natural causes when I'm 85 years old. What happens to all that money I paid over my life to that insurance company? Does that go to my family? No? Okay, so I would have been better off just saving it myself. But then you get an inheritance tax because these Democrats want an inheritance tax. And then they take your money anyway. It's all a scam. The whole system's a scam. It's all a scam. Lord have mercy. They'd be passing out Social Security and people are getting more than they paid in for the rest of their life. Well, Social Security is a socialist scam. Same thing as insurance. We should never had Social Security in a republic. It has social security. It's a scam. We never should have had Social Security. Now people are complaining because they paid into Social Security for their whole life and the system is failing. Guess what? When we instituted Social Security, I bet you there were a lot of red-blooded Americans who were like, this is a bad idea. This is a bad idea. Why are we doing this? But it passed because the idiots voted for it, because the mob mentality voted for it, and we put it into place, and now the system is collapsing, and a bunch of people are whining and complaining because they're not good, because the Social Security is going to be gone. Well, guess what? Blame your grandparents for voting for it, or whatever generation voted to put Social Security into America, a socialist program in America. Blame them. Blame the boomers. Blame the boomers. We never should have had it. You want Social Security? Here's what you do. You save your money. You save a portion of your money. Then if something bad, then when you're older, you use that money you saved throughout your life to survive. It's very simple. Why would I do what I could do on my own? Why would I give it to the government and expect them to take care of it properly? That's stupid. That's why socialism doesn't work, because you're expecting the government. They think that it's the people controlling the means of distribution. It's not. It's the government. It's the same as communism. It just has a prettier name, socialism. It's the exact same thing. Why would you expect the government to do anything right? Lord have mercy. Hospitals, in my sense, is a place that has been deemed okay. I don't think hospitals are where healthy people go to die. Social Security is an insurance, exactly. So a scam. That's what I've been saying. I guess it turned out not to be so secure. Exactly. Yeah. Thank you, Freddie, for agreeing with me that Social Security is a scam, just like insurance is a scam. Maybe we shouldn't have socialist programs in America and we'd be doing better. Anyway, enough of the alien stuff. I really don't care. It's fake aliens. Let's finish up this segment over the next 10, 15 minutes. Tucker's on Twitter. Tucker on Twitter. Tucker's killing it on Twitter. Fox Big Bad. Fox Big Mad. We talked about how it was odd that they canceled Tucker. They took Tucker off the air, even though he still had 2 years or however many years left on his contract. Why would they take Tucker off of the air on Fox, but still have to pay him because he's still on contract for another 2 years? That's odd. Why would they take him off the air? Maybe it's because they wanted to silence him because there's an election coming up and they have to influence the people the same way they did in 2020 using social media and big corporations to affect the election. You can't have voices telling people the truth on Fox News before a big important election. So even though it was going to cost them a bunch of money that they don't care about anyway, because money's not important to these oligarchs, they took him off the air. And Tucker broke his contract and started a show on Twitter. Fox is not happy. Fox big mad. Fox big mad. No, Freddie doesn't even know what capitalism is. He loves capitalism. He doesn't know what it is. He's not that smart. It's sub 90 IQ stuff. That's like sub 90 IQ stuff. Pretty much. Let's look at this clip from Tucker's show, and then we'll talk about how Fox is big mad.
Hey, it's Tucker Carlson. This morning it looks like somebody blew up the Kakhovka Dam.
The Kakhovka Dam.
The rushing wall of water wiped out entire villages, destroyed a critical hydropower plant, and as of tonight puts the largest nuclear reactor in Europe in danger of melting down.
Dang.
So if this was intentional...
You know what happens when nuclear reactors break down? Absolutely nothing. They just vacate the area for 40 years and animals and wildlife take over and do just fine there. There's actually, I played the video of the dogs in Chernobyl when we did the fake nuke show. There's also a video on YouTube of divers diving in Chernobyl, and they're just fine. They're fine. They're fine, guys. So when a nuclear reactor explodes, the initial explosion could be devastating and it could kill some people, but the radiation, the radioactive land is bogus. Like you can move in 2 weeks later and all the radioactive decay has already happened. But they'll keep it vacant for 50 years just to keep that fear in people's minds.
It was not a military tactic, it was an act of terrorism. The question is,
I'm more extreme than Tucker, by the way. I love Tucker, but Tucker believes in the nukes and Tucker believes in the aliens.
Who did it? Your job is to support Ukraine. Watch Nikki Haley, a Republican candidate for president, explain this principle on CNN.
A win for Ukraine is a win for all of us. It is in the best interest of America. It's in the best interest of our national security for Ukraine to win. We have to see this through. We have to finish it.
Unions wouldn't flourish if capitalism was good. Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks. The big commie, I support the unions and I support socialism. Did you hear about when the Young Turks, the employees, went on strike because they wanted to unionize? And do you know what Cenk said? He said, hell no. Cenk, the commie Cenk, who preaches socialism, preaches unionizing. When they tried to unionize the Young Turks, he said no. He said no. So just so you know, all the commies that tell you how great the unions are and stuff, they're lying to you. They're lying to you and you're eating it up. You're being spoon-fed bullshizer and you eat it up. I just cussed in German. I might as well just cuss in English. Bullshit. I'm going to cuss in German. I might as well cuss in English.
See? It's very easy to understand. It is vitally important for you to support Ukraine because it's necessary for Ukraine to be supported by you. Your support is mandatory until it's finished, whatever it is, and whatever that means. So shut up and support Ukraine or else you're in trouble. On the front page of the New York Times website this morning, there were 5 stories about Ukraine, as well as 4 stories apiece about Donald Trump, trans people, and climate change, the usual lineup. There was nothing at all about how an alien species is flying hypersonic aircraft over our cities.
Good, Tucker. There shouldn't be anything about that in the news because it's BS.
So if you're wondering why our country seems so dysfunctional, this is a big part of the reason. Nobody knows what's happening. A small group of people control access to all relevant information. And
I ain't got no time for that.
Don't know. We're allowed to yap all we want about racism, but go ahead and talk about something that really matters and see what happens. If you keep it up, they'll make you be quiet. Trust us.
Base. So
hey,
anyway, that's just a clip from Tucker on Twitter, Tucker's new show on Twitter, and it is doing numbers. It's doing numbers, my boys. Tucker came out from Deadline.com. Tucker Carlson debuts Twitter show to big numbers, threatens to leave Elon Musk's own platform if anyone calls him out. And I bet you Elon's got his back. Everybody's got his back. They're saying, don't mess with Tucker. Tucker's on Twitter. Leave him alone. He's going to say what he wants to say. He talked about Ukraine. He talked about JFK. He talked about 9/11. Based. Aliens, nuclear reactors, not so based, but, it's Tucker. He's cool. Tucker Carlson launched his promised new show on Twitter on Tuesday with talk of Russian invasion of Ukraine, UFOs, who killed JFK, and what really went down on 9/11. And the former Fox News host was a hit. In its first 4 hours plus, the low-tech 10-minute video posted on Elon Musk's own social media platform attracted 27 million views. And currently, I've got it pulled up here on Twitter. Episode 1 is at 115 million views. Episode 2 is at 55.2 million views. And I don't know. I guess he doesn't have like a solid schedule yet. I guess he's just going to drop them whenever because episode 1 was on the 6th. Episode 2 was on the 8th. And we haven't got a new episode since then. Next episode of Tucker on Twitter coming Tuesday. Tucker's response to the indictment of President Donald Trump. So check that out tomorrow. Twitter's becoming kind of based, Support. Well, I don't got to tell you to support Tucker on Twitter. Support me on YouTube. I need it. Tucker's got plenty of support. But he's blowing up. And meanwhile, from Axios, Fox News says Tucker Carlson breached his contract. So, and this is what's crazy. You say, well, didn't Fox stop his show? Yeah, we talked about this a couple weeks ago. whenever this first happened, they ended his show, but he was still on contract. So he wasn't supposed to go out and do any new shows. And he was also supposed to keep getting residual income from Fox for the duration of his contract, but they canceled him. The only explanation for why that is would be that they don't want his voice out there during this election cycle, which is ridiculous. That should outrage some people who are easily outraged. It should at least, not sit well with you that Fox did that. But Fox is just as liberal as all the other media now. From Axios, let's read what Axios has to say about it. Fox News Wednesday notified Tucker Carlson's lawyer that the former primetime anchor violated his contract with the network when he launched his own Twitter show on Tuesday, according to a copy of a letter obtained by Axios. Why it matters. A breach of contract claim sets Fox News up to explore potential legal action against Carlson. He'll probably be indicted soon, too. A move that would intensify the already thorny public battle between the two parties. Carlson's lawyers told Axios that any legal action by Fox would violate his First Amendment rights. Fox defends its very existence on freedom of speech grounds. Fox defends its very existence on freedom of speech grounds. Now they want to take Tucker Carlson's right to speak freely away from him because he took to social media to share his thoughts on current events, said Carlson's lawyer, Brian Friedman, in a statement to Axios. Catch up quick. Carlson was ousted from Fox News in April following a record $787 million defamation settlement with Dominion Voting Systems, which sued the network for making false claims about the company. Carlson, Axios reported, has since accused Fox of fraud and has argued that Fox breached his contract when its senior executives reneged on promises made to Carlson's intentionally. Sorry, I can't read. Executives reneged on promises made to Carlson intentionally and with reckless disregard for the truth. Carlson's lawyers also argued Fox broke its promise to Carlson to not settle with Dominion Voting Systems in a way which would indicate wrongdoing on the part of the former host. And Axios previously reported that Carlson was told by a member of Fox board that he was taken off air as part of a Dominion settlement. Two sources briefed on the conversation told Axios. Now, I had not heard that the Dominion settlement, actually, one of the stipulations of the Dominion settlement could have possibly been to take Carlson off the air. So it could be that. It could be they don't want his voice out there during the election cycle. I mean, I don't think Dominion wants his voice out there during the election cycle because Dominion's probably going to have a lot to do with the 2024 election as well. And they don't want people like Tucker speaking out against them. Reading is fundamental. That's true. Junkies don't vote, their parents do. He ain't got nothing to say. Joe, why am I reading his comments? He doesn't have anything important to say. I don't get how the black community votes for a party that consistently lies to them, or a party that started the KKK, said we're going to keep them in chains for the next 200 years with the Model Cities programs and Lyndon Baines Johnson and the Civil Rights Initiative, which was the worst thing that ever happened to black people and America and for women. All these Marxist movements just destroyed America. But, sub 90 IQ people don't think normal, right? So Fleckis was talking about this. It's actually like, you think that he was saying, and I'm kind of quoting Fleckis here, I'm borrowing from him, but he was talking about how you think that everybody thinks how you think. You think when you see somebody walking down the road that they're as logical as you, or that they know how to reason and they know how, you think maybe some people are a little smarter, some people are a little dumber, but it's not true. Actually, when you're sub 90 IQ, you actually, you don't think the same. You don't know how to logic. You don't know how to reason. You're basically just like a zombie that soaks up whatever gets told to you. So that's the problem. It's not that they can't, what it is that they can't think. So they just do what they're told. And so their parents told them, and their parents told them, and their parents told them, and somebody said, here, you want a candy bar? Make sure you hit this blue thing on the voting thing. You want a candy? But the candy bar was government assistance. The candy bar was food stamps. The candy bar is free medical. The candy bar is free college. The candy bar is free housing. The candy bar is take the father out of the house. We'll give you extra money for all the kids that you pop out. The candy bar is abortion rights. The candy bar, and so they say, ooh, candy. And then they vote. And so they don't have the ability to logic and reason and think, maybe this is a setup. Maybe they're lying to us. Maybe I should look around at the world and see where all the degeneracy is, see where all the crime is. Well, they're all the blue cities. But they can't logic like that. All they think is, ooh, candy. I vote blue. So that's basically how it works. Like training a dog to sit for a treat. Exactly. Exactly. But I think that's all I got for the main story news. Twitter stories. We talked about Tucker. We'll end this segment with breaking news. Let's just take a look at what we got on the breaking news. CNBC says Trump arrives in Miami for arraignment on first ever federal charges against the president. The Hill says we already talked about that. That's the Turley guy. New York Times, Eat, Pray, Love author pulls new book set in Russia. I don't think I can read this because it's from New York Times. I don't really care. Tour boat caps from CNN. Tour boat capsizes in cave along the Erie Canal in upstate New York, leaving one dead. We got a tour boat that capsized. Breaking news. I don't have anything in rapid fire news for Ukraine propaganda. So let's see what NBC News says. Ukraine claims first gains in its counteroffensive against Russia. There's your daily Ukraine propaganda. And then Reuters breaking news. So this story, I probably should have put this in the rapid fire news segment, but I didn't. Apparently some highway, I-95, collapsed in Philadelphia. Reuters is reporting on it here. Let's look at this picture real quick. And then we will take a break. Body recovered from rubble of Philadelphia I-95 highway collapse. This happened a couple days ago, and this is breaking news updated 40 minutes ago. They found a body. So it had been quite a while. Human remains were recovered on Monday from a fallen overpass on Interstate 95 in Philadelphia as crews removed concrete debris from the site of a fiery weekend highway collapse that closed a stretch of one of the busiest traffic corridors along the U.S. East Coast. The section of I-95 was shut down in both directions after a tanker truck hauling gasoline caught fire on Sunday, causing the concrete to buckle and collapse. Dang. Authorities have not said precisely how the fuel was ignited. Well, it was a fire from God. I'm kidding. As excavation teams labor to clear rubble from the site on Monday, a body was recovered from the wreckage and turned over to the Philadelphia County Medical Examiner for identification. State police said in a statement, the truck driver, Nathaniel Moody, had been unaccounted for in the immediate aftermath of the accident. During the morning commute, bumper-to-bumper traffic was spotted near the collapse along the alternate routes, but it appeared that some motorists heeding the warnings to take public transportation or stay home. Is the driver the one who... Pete Buttigieg, U.S. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, said the federal government was working with the state of Pennsylvania to restore the highway. Well, get on it there, transportation guy. Dang, how many things are going to explode on the train? The trains, planes, and automobiles are just blowing up all over the place because of Pete Buttigieg. Blame Pete Buttigieg. Blame Pete. It's your fault, Pete. We're going to need a new transportation person, and maybe because of all our infrastructure bills are just about pot, maybe that's why trains, planes, and automobiles can't function properly in 2023. Aliens can't even fly in our airspace without crashing. Everything's crashing. Everything's burning. The whole world is on fire. But we got memes. We got memes, though.
Beta!
Oh, yeah. Yeah. All right. We're just going to keep it rolling, guys. We're just going to keep it rolling. We're going to keep it rolling. Let's see. Do I have... Nah, I don't have a song to play. I don't have a song to play, so we're just going to keep it rolling. We're going to roll straight into the memes. It's meme time. Meme review. All right, guys. Let's go straight into these memes. We got a lot of memes today. All right. Where we at? All right. You ready? Meme time. Roll the memes. First meme from Elon Musk. Elon Musk has some great memes, and this is really from Elon. He said, augmented reality is amazing. I haven't done any stories about Apple's new augmented reality glasses that are coming out, but it's basically the new like VR. They're like $3,500 headsets, but they're clear, and you just walk around, and it's gonna do augmented reality. So basically, you can be watching pentagram videos of them blowing up tanks while you have dinner with a woman. This is what dinner's gonna be like. Augmented reality is fire. Let's go. Hey, I'll take that over Neuralink any day. Everything is like a big Michael Bay movie, just blowing up and on fire, right? I need to see the new Transformers movie. They got gorilla Transformers in there. They got big old monkey Transformers. Little growing people have more love than older people. So teach them good and don't let them run with their child instincts. We all need to be made like children because children are pure. And the problem is the world corrupts us and turns us hateful. And then we need to be born again and be made like children again. And then we can love everybody, even the degenerates. Next. Self-feeding fire that lasts 14 hours. Guys, this is not a meme. Okay? I got in an argument with like 10 people on this post, and I should have copied and pasted some of the arguments because these people are calling me a moron. These people are calling me an idiot. Every response on this post says, that's stupid. That's impossible. Fire doesn't work that way. It's going to spread up and burn everything down. Well, I said, that's not true. It works just fine. The fire actually spreads slower than you think. And when you make a fire, it's harder to start a fire than it is for a fire to get out of control. When you do a campfire, it's harder to get the fire started and keep it going than it is, it's more likely that it's going to go out than it's going to get out of control and light the whole forest on fire, which is the reason why those Canada fires that all popped up at the same time, it had to have been a concerted effort. It had to have been. Because fires don't just get out of control like that. It's very rare. It's more likely that the fire would just go out and smolder. And in this example, I told people this on Facebook, and they all said, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. You never made a campfire before, blah, 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 blah. So I just want to show everybody self-feeding fire. Just so I can interrupt for a moment.
Shamelessly seasoned in...
Just interrupt the memes for a second. We're going to interrupt the memes for a second. Now, this one says self-feeding fire fallacy. But this person didn't build it right. One of the requirements to have a properly working self-feeding fire...
I've seen a lot of photos. I've seen a lot of drawings.
...is that you build it properly. If you build it properly, it works just fine. Look at that. Look at that. Now, you need to make sure your support beams are very thick. You need to wet the wood. You need to have the proper angles. The wood is wet, and you may even need to use mud to fill in the gaps between the logs because you don't want the air circulating and you don't want the hot air to be able to rise through the cracks in the logs and the cold air. You don't want that happening. You don't want circulation of air. So you fill in the cracks in the logs with mud, throw a little water on the higher up logs, and it'll just work. It works. Look at this. You know what kind of crazy stuff you can do with fire? Look at this. Some of these. The upside down fire. Look at that. Oh, you can use logs as a platform for your fire? Well, that's weird. That's weird. It's almost like the logs will just all catch on fire. No, that doesn't happen. Nope. You can use logs as a platform to put a fire on top of, and the platform logs will burn very, 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 very slowly. What else? Oh, look, you can use a log you can use logs with fire in between them as a thing to cook stuff on top of. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, look, you can make a stove out of a freaking log. Look at that. Look at that right there. It works. It works. It's not like the whole thing just catches on fire and explodes. That's not the way fire works. It's not the way fire works. Look at that. It's a fire stove. He made a stove out of a log. Anyway, I just wanted to say this because a lot of people were telling me I don't know what I'm talking about. You think I don't know what I'm talking about? You crazy. This works just fine. Anyway, next. There will always be someone who wishes they had what you have. Hashtag be content. The guy on the island says, boat. But the guy on the boat says, land. The grass is always greener on the other side, and this is a great display of that. Depends on how strong the fire is, but you can control it to a degree. The ship on that flows up is really neat. There's no pressure that will smother the fire. Anyway, next. Yeah, you have to build it properly, but it will work if you do it the right way. And that's what one guy said to me. He's like, oh, well, usually it's not going to work. You have to make sure you do this and this and this. And I was like, yeah, thanks, bud. So what you just said is if you do it wrong, it won't work. If you do it right, it will work. Thanks, Captain Obvious. That's the same with anything. If you build a freaking skyscraper the wrong way, it's probably going to fall down. If you build it the right way, it'll work. That's a cool meme, though. Happy to meet. Oh, let's check up on Kanye. What the?
No, that doesn't work either.
Kanye, what happened to you, my boy? I wish I had my, you ain't been doing the education, Sway. I don't have it. I don't have it on the soundboard right now. Just a Kanye update. You know, we haven't heard from our boy, Ye. I'm dead naming him. I need to stop calling him Kanye. You know, I was born again. Christ gave me a new name, and his new name is Ye. So let's respect it. Just like I wouldn't call Paul Saul. Well, we shouldn't be calling Ye Kanye. His name is Ye. We don't want to be calling him that slave name no more. He's a slave to God. He got a dang shirt with shoulder pads in it and tights. And he doesn't wear shoes anymore. He wears these new flipper shoes or like water shoes. It looks like he's about to go scuba diving with football pads on. But let's ignore Ye for a second. Let's take a look at his... What the hell is she wearing? This is his new wife. He married her because he doesn't believe in sex out of wedlock. I forget her name, but she's like a model lady. She kind of thick. I don't like the hair that she has. You can't see her hair in this picture, but yeah. I don't know. There's not much I can say about this. Next. 2 Chainz. Wearing booty shorts with no booty is wild. Girls be out here looking like SpongeBob SquarePants. What the heck is this woman wearing? I have no idea. It looks like a bug net. There must have been bad mosquitoes out there. Mexican skyscrapers falling like a mug. Yeah, also, never mind. There's a women's architect group, and they design a bunch of buildings and bridges, and they're all collapsing now. So, yeah, if you build it wrong, it will fall. If you build it, they will come. If you build it right, it will work. If you build it wrong, it won't work. There's a little common sense for you. Just so we're clear, I have no problem with the LGHDTV community. There's an Indian guy. That's one of the Panera Bread tribe. In 1970, if you listen to Afrocentric black supremacists, you'll find out that in 1970, a group of Christians found a Panera Bread tribe in Colorado and told them that they killed Jesus in order to convert them to Christianity. Supposedly. That's some nonsense. That's some nonsense somebody tried to teach me today until I realized, oh, this is just retarded. This is just dumb. I have no problems with the LGHDTV community. Next, why all ugly girls from the same country? Like, where even is Rainbow Flag? I don't even know where Rainbow Flag is, but everybody from there looks busted. I didn't make the meme. Don't blame me. I just read the memes. I don't make the memes.
It's a man, baby.
Next. We're still got Bud Light memes, guys. We still got Bud Light memes. When you drink Bud Light, but she drinks whiskey.
Beta.
Hold on.
Beta.
And then here.
It's a man, baby. No, that doesn't work either.
Next. I gotta move faster through these memes. This is not a meme. This is not a meme. She looked like Pennywise coming out the sewer. That weird girl looks like an old ashtray walking around. This is not a meme. This is an advertisement on Facebook for BetterHelp.com. Speak with a licensed therapist today. Consider, if you're looking for help for start therapy, consider BetterHelp. Look at the picture. The picture looks like something you'd see in a porno. And it says, I can't fit my, and it has a girl that looks like somebody about to tear that ass up. And this isn't what you see. This is the clickbait. And this is an advertisement for BetterHelp. I'm going to war with BetterHelp, guys. I think that they're evil. I think it's a satanic thing. I'm so sick of the BetterHelp ads on YouTube. I actually monetized this stream today, which I've never done before, for one of the Monday night streams. So if you guys get any ads in the middle of the stream and it's for BetterHelp, let me know, because I'm anti-BetterHelp. But this is an ad for BetterHelp. It's ridiculous. Anyway, next. When Meatloaf said, I would do anything for love, but I won't do that, I think he meant butt stuff.
Beta.
Nice. Let's move on. Is it a boy or a girl? We'll let the kindergarten teacher decide. Oh, Lord. Oh, no.
That doesn't work either.
Next. In 1999, the movie Dick about Nixon came out, and it didn't stop playing at this drive-in theater all year long. The Haunting Dick Muppets from Space. Analyze this dick, Big Daddy. 10 things I hate about you, bringing out the dead dick. Dick virus. Merry Christmas, everyone. I don't know if that's real, but it's pretty funny. Next. And that was not using any foul language there. That's the name. Dick Nixon, the president. A predator and his prey. Lion, meet gazelle. Next, a predator and his prey. Oh, no.
It's a man, baby.
Oh, no.
Beta.
Lord have mercy. Stubborn one, worst stepdad ever. Wait, what? What are you doing, step bro? Who's step what? Interesting. Next. Guys, did you know that Bill Murray is dating Khalees? My milkshake brings all the boy to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours. That lady, did you know this? This is real. They have a kid. Who freaking knew this? Milkshake brings all the boys to guard, and Ghostbusters, Bill Murray, 43, is dating Ghostbusters actor Bill Murray, 72, after whirlwind romance. That's gross. That's gross. He must be, well, I mean, I think she's got money too. She's a one-hit wonder, but she should be fairly well off. Maybe she ran out of money, and she's like, I'm going to go get with Bill Murray. What the heck? I don't know. That's kind of weird. Take a picture of Bill Murray and Khalees. Next. Starfish have mouths in the middle of their bodies. Yeah, so what? Mermaids use them as bras. What the? So the starfish be suckling on that nip. Oh my gosh. Starfish be suckling on mermaid nip. Next. Look at this motorcycle made out of tree. I don't have anything to say about that. It's pretty cool though. This guy made a motorcycle out of a freaking tree. That's pretty cool. All right. That's all I have to. I don't really know. I don't know what to say about that, but it's pretty neat. Next. I'm not sure who needs to hear this, but Walmart has Father's Day cards in packs of 5. Why would you need 5 fathers? You can't have 5 fathers. Oh, it's for the baby mamas. It's for the baby. It's for the baby mamas so they can get a card for all they baby daddies at one time. 5 baby daddies for one baby mama. That's right. She's on welfare. She's getting some kickbacks. Next. Here's a throwback. This isn't a meme. This is just a picture I took 2 years ago. This popped up on my Facebook feed. This is JLP and Nick. It's blurry as a mug. With Mike Tyson on Hotboxing. This episode was never released. 2 years ago, I took this picture. They talked about it. We'll see who's in chat. The only person that is still around is Slam Free Poetry. He's a flat earther. He's always in the JLP chat. But it's just an old JLP. It's a throwback. That's the long lost episode of Hotboxing right there. Next. When sewing, always remember pattern placement is key. Oh, Piglet. I don't know. Where's my honey, Piglet? Oh, Pooh Bear. Why did Pooh kill Piglet? Because Piglet stuck his finger in Pooh's honey. Oh. Pattern placement is key, guys. Pattern placement is key. You got to be careful with them patterns. Next. From the WhiteHouse.gov, new actions to protect the LGBT low IQ STD community under the Biden-Harris administration. Strengthening physical safety. Dedicated resources to protect pride celebrations, community centers, small businesses, and more. Addressing civil rights violations. New coordination to protect LGBTQI plus students from book bans. And strengthening mental health and other support resources. New steps to help families support their kids, protect LGBTQI kids in foster care. And this is from WhiteHouse.gov. Yep, our White House is gay now. Gay White House. Gay White House. Oh Lord.
No, that doesn't work either.
Oh man. What's up, Jeff Hewitt? Cool pick. Would love to see the Tyson episode. I know that's like a long lost episode of Hotboxing. I would love to see that. Facts. Social credit score. Next. Man, we got lots of memes today. Cheese has holes. Yes, it does. The more cheese you have, the more holes there are. Okay. The more holes there are, the less cheese there is. Oh, shit. The more cheese you have, the less cheese you have. What the? Next. Oh, no. What is this? I have dirt on the Clintons. It's a tire. And then in this picture, it's a tire swing. Wait a second. What's the... Wait a second. The tire is hanging on a noose. What the? That's like that guy that they said shot himself with a shotgun, but the shotgun was 30 feet away and they found him hanging in a tree. Oh, no.
Oh, Clinton, he murdered a guy.
Oh, no. Don't have dirt on the Clintons, guys. Next. They got to count. Wait. It's about time. We got thick Hooters girls. What the? This must be in Atlanta or something. They got to count my wings in front of me. Yeah. I ordered a 20-piece. It came to me. It was only 12 wings on the plate. What in the world? I am not going to that Hooters. Nobody's going to that Hooters.
I thought that was clearly a message that there was no such thing as racism.
Oh, no. Kid Rock, nothing to see. Move along. Right now in Racine County, Wisconsin, there are 23,203 registered voters that have the same phone number. Huh. That's interesting. Kind of like the video of Crowders that got taken down. Remember when they went to all those addresses and that were supposedly registered voters who had voted in the 2020 election, but when they went to all the addresses, there were no houses there. It was just the side of a freeway, or it was just an empty lot. 23,203 registered voters that have the same phone number, says Kid Rock. I didn't fact check that, but it does seem interesting. Next, you have to amputate, said the crutch seller, and we believed him. Guys, do not believe the crutch seller when he tells you to cut off your leg. This is insanity. This is social contagion. This is insanity. Next, why is burning a pride flag considered a hate crime, but burning an American flag is free speech? I don't know. Probably because our country is filled with
beta.
Yep. Those hotter girls definitely have 411 easily. You know the one. I don't know what that means. Evaporated milk meme. I remember that. The empty lot syndrome. Yeah, that was kind of odd, wasn't it? Next. There are more than two genders. Amazon t-shirt. Fit type. Men or women? You wanted to fit like a man or a woman? Interesting. Next. MSNBC, ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN. They have all got their hands on Fox. And then the social contagion spreads. Social contagion spreads. If you're good and you surround yourself by evil, the good will not win. You have to divide yourself from the evil, because if you try to walk alongside the evil, the good will not win. The evil will win while we're on earth. Now, eventually, when Christ comes back and the apocalypse happens, evil will be defeated. But for now, you've got to divide yourself. You've got to righteously divide yourself from evil. You can't try to get along with the enemy. It will destroy you.
Beta!
Next. It looks like you're pregnant. I'm pregnant? No, but it looks like you are. Funny. I told my neighbor to get a DNA test. Dang, that kid looks like Elon. It looked like baby Elon. Look at Elon looking like a little baby. A little baby Elon. One of us. Look at little baby Elon. That kid's going to be a genius. Nice overalls also. Next. New York Post. City Machine gives out free crack pipes with lip balm. This is the end. And it was emptied out in a day. A vending machine filled with crack pipes. And yeah, this is a real story. This really happened. And it was cleaned out in a day. I think one person got all of them and went and sold them on the block. I remember when I was homeless that guys used to go to Walmart, and I think it was 25 bucks or 20 bucks. It was like 20 bucks for a box of 100 needles. And one quick little come up you could do is go to Walmart, buy you 100 needles for $20, and then you sell them on the block for $2 a pop. $2 a rig. And so basically, you make $200 off a $20 investment. That's a big come up. That's way more than a double up. That's if they're $20, let's say they're $25. What is that, an 800% increase? Is that an 800% increase? $200 from $25? Yeah, it's like an 800%. That's an 8-tuple up. So, yeah, I think somebody probably just cleaned this thing out and then sold them on the block for like $1 a piece. Made a little crack money because you gotta have some money. You can give them free crack pipes, but they gotta get some money. Otherwise, they can't buy the crack for the crack pipes. Eventually, the government will just give that out for free too. I know in Canada, which is on fire right now, you can take your dirty street heroin to a place and you can get it exchanged for you can take your dirty street fentanyl and your dirty street heroin and take it to a place and get it exchanged for clean medical grade heroin and fentanyl in Canada, which is on fire right now. Just remember that. Next, take cover, incoming liberal bull shizzle. Somebody found a crack to go through. Don't be teaching how to sell needles. I'm just saying. What is that? You're kind of right. I kind of agree. I went into a little too much detail there. Don't do that, people. Do not go do that, children. Next, go to nih.gov, type in beep, and cancer. Better be seated. Yeah, I saw something about this. Somebody was reporting on it. Apparently, they say that that word, which I don't even want to say on YouTube, is like a potential cure for cancer. I don't know. I haven't looked into it a lot, but do your own research. Go try it out. See what comes up. Maybe I'll do it right now. I'll do it live on the thing right now. nih.gov. Let's see what happens. Let's test this meme out. I don't even want to say that word. I'm not even going to say what comes up. I'm just going to show it on the screen. I don't know. I don't know if I did this right. I didn't know NIH, National Institute of Health.gov, was like a Google search. What the heck? Did I search the right thing? Do I need to put the and in there? There's one of our nation's national drugs approved. Cancer drugs for soft tissue sarcoma. Ivermectin, capsule slowly dissolves in stomach. Prevent malaria. I don't know. Hold on. Let's try if I put and. Facebook National Cancer Institute. I don't know. All right. I think we debunked this meme. I just wanted to read. I just wanted to test it out. I didn't know if anything was going to come of this, but I think we debunked that meme. But I have heard people were saying that this cures this. Maybe they've wiped it off the internet. YouTube got mine. Leave it be. Oh, look. Joe Biden fall down. CNN and MSDNC props him up. Sounds about right. Well, it's finally got Donald Trump Day again.
Beta!
Yep.
No, that doesn't work either.
All right, guys. I think that's it for the memes. Lots of memes this week. All right, we have some funny reels to watch. Behold, the J is doing research in the wild. He's in his element. Yeah. I think that because I heard stories about that was something that was happening. Hold on one second. I gotta message this guy. Hold on one second. I got people messaging me. I gotta transfer some money. My internet bill is gonna come out. Yeah, they might have scrubbed that off the internet already because I did hear about that from somebody else. And now when you look into it, not much comes up. Let's see, which one did he win? He won my Android for $18. Hey, you won my Android 17 liter for 19 PYE, or 18 plus 5 is 23. 23 tracked. Let me know your address and I can send out tomorrow. My PayPal is at jsurbanadventures. Oops. Oh, looks like at jsurbanadventures. Hold on, Stubborn One just sent me some stuff. So NIH from the National Institute of Health. YouTube, we're only reading the National Institute of Health here. Injectable, infusible, instillable. That sounds like that poem I read that I had to. I don't know if you guys were watching the stream I was doing with my brother, and I was talking about when I was in elementary school, we had to memorize a poem and perform it on stage. And I memorized this poem called Twistable Turnable Man from Shel Silverstein. And it's like twistable, turnable, squeezable, foldable, bingeable, shrinkable, twistable, turnable, bendable, foldable, easily moldable, buy what you're soldable, bounceable, shakeable, almost unbreakable, twistable, turnable man. Injectable, infusible, instillable, ivermectin, This is from National Library of Medicine, Pub C, Hem, NCBI, NLM, NIH.gov, YouTube. I'm just reading. Adjuvant? What's adjuvant mean? For cancer therapies. Patient, patent, inventor, pharmaceutical composition comprising ivermectin, complex adjuvant formulated for injection or infusion or installation into a subject, as well as methods for formulating using the same. Intervention is preferred. Complex 1 to 1.3 grams of combined. What is this saying? This is like. What is this? What does this mean? What does this mean, Stubborn? This is like too technical for me. Cancer therapies. So they're using ivermectin as a cancer therapy. Is basically what we're getting at here. Interesting. Interesting. All right. Enough of that. That's probably pretty close to stuff that I'm not supposed to be talking about. You can't use. Don't do that. You didn't scroll enough. I'll send the link to you in Messenger. Read the last line of first paragraph. It's used as treatment and prevention. Whoa. Dang, get that out of here. Nobody wants to see that. That's gross. Yeah. That's what I thought. We keep getting ding dongs. Ding dong, ding dong. Got it. Thanks. I'll send vid tomorrow. Also, uno mas, one more thing I gotta do. I gotta send this guy a video because I sent his sent out earlier today. All right, sorry guys for the distraction. Let's move on with the show. That's why they need to keep this stuff off the internet, because people dissect it and don't know what the words even mean. I do know what the words mean, dumbass. I didn't know what all the medical coding and jargon meant. All right, next. Bookmarks. Where is Reels and Rapid Fire? We got a little bit of weird cess stuff in the news today. Just two things. And then a bunch of other interesting news. I'll give you my Nefarious review. But first, let's watch some funny Reels. Let's watch some funny Reels real quick. Actually, yeah. Let me open this. Open all in new window. Yes. And pause. Come over here. I hit pause. Let's make sure that nobody's messages are showing up on my thing. All right, don't message me. Nobody message me. All right. I need to make sure that you guys can't see. If somebody messages me with auction information with their address for where I'm supposed to send these cards, I don't want it to pop up on the screen and you guys be able to see it. So let me kind of... I hate changing the window size, though. It'd be all right. Hopefully nobody messaged me. All right, let's watch some funny Reels, and then we'll get to this rapid fire news. You ready?
Heavy, heavy, heavy. There you go. One more time, and...
What?
I was actually expecting her to fart in my face, but I was gonna take one for the team.
One more time. Let's watch it one more time.
Drop those shoulders all the way down to the ground. Let the arms just hang heavy, heavy, heavy. There you go. One more time, and...
Damn, girl. What the...
No, that doesn't work either.
Oh, man. And that was a white woman getting farted on by a black woman.
I thought that was clearly a message that there was no such thing as racism.
I agree, Wheezy. I agree. All right. Next. Let me look at this. All right. This guy's fire. Oh, man. Hold on. It's going to... We got some rap songs, some interesting rap songs, some interesting rap shorts, interesting rap reels. This guy's killing it. I'm going to play this twice because it's going to play halfway through. Actually, I'm going to wait. We're going to wait. Don't read the lyrics. Don't read the lyrics. Anyway, I wish I could make these. This guy kills it, dude. This is lit. All right.
The plays huddle. Holy Spirit overfill me, puddle. Pray before I go to sleep, cuddle. Never give up, yeah, I gotta keep going. I'm spreading the love so you know I'm subtle. Ballin' for God, never pick up my dribble, then dribble again. That's double.
Here we go.
Holy water dripping on me so crazy. I'm serving the king and the devil can't claim me. I'm moving with God and I stay in his presence. That Bible on me every day like a reverend. The culture is changing. The world is so dangerous. Jesus is coming prepared for the day of it. Training my kids under God and his law. So when they get older, they won't leave, but just stay with it. Giving my all to the king. You ain't stopping me. Devil stay lurking. I know he be watching me. Move by the spirit. I'm rich in the spirit. I used to be broke, but he took me from poverty. Loving my neighbors. I'm loving my haters. I'm shining my light like the king that died for me. Rolling with God and I do what he say. If you not with that Lord, then you really can't ride with me. I don't got time to play games, that trouble. God calling up the plays, huddle. Holy Spirit overfill me, puddle. Pray before I go to sleep, cuddle. Never give up, yeah, I gotta keep going. I'm spreading the love so you know I'm subtle. Ballin' for God, never pick up my dribble, then dribble again. That's double.
That's crazy. Okay, this one's good too. Another music one.
Is this collapse really gonna start? I'm on Zillow worrying about my heart. Interest rates climbing the charts, how much they want? $1 million for what?
Speaking of house prices,
and it don't even have a backyard or rich. My wife wants a dead end where good schools are vetted and AD aesthetic. Forget it.
What
Needs a Starbucks, a home. Thought I told you we don't want to live on a main road. Think about the traffic, the noise, been the massive annoyance of trying to find a spot if you come over. Now I'm getting lectured by my father. He forgets his down payment was $1. Venting don't even make me feel better. Fuck it. I mean, when is this collapse really gonna start? I'm on Zillow worrying about my heart.
All right, that was pretty fire. So we had Freddie. It wasn't about race. The whole point was that it was not. The whole point, we had a black guy rapping and a white guy rapping. The whole point.
I thought that was clearly a message that there was no such thing as racism.
I thought that was clearly a message that there was no such thing as racism. All right, we got 2 more reels. Let's see what we got here. Oh, this one's funny. This little kid's bass.
Sam! Sam! Be's not! Sam! Sam, I have to tell you something! Sam! Sam! Sammy!
This is like Little League hockey, and this kid is mic'd up. And he's just roasted the whole team. And it's so funny.
Be's nuts! I want to play the easiest team in the world.
He just starts going around the net, and everybody's like, James, get in the net. What are you doing, James?
Leah! Be's nuts! Leah! Be's nuts!
And then boom, he stops
Be's
it.
nuts. Be's nuts.
He's like looking around.
Be's nuts. Wes! Sammy! Sam! Be's nuts! Sam!
That kid's awesome. All right, last reel. Actually, this is not a reel, but this is a feel-good video. We're gonna end the reels on a high note. The last one with the kid. We got happy reels this week. You know, the world is on fire, but there is some positivity. There is some happiness. There are some bright light rays of hope and sunshine. So watch this one. Try not to cry. All the grown men out there, this might make you cry. Watch this video. This is pretty powerful right here stuff.
I fell down.
You fell down?
Yeah.
Let me see you recover. Get up. Push off. Push off your wheel. And push off your bed right there. There you go. That's what I'm saying, boy. I could help you, but you wouldn't know that you could do it on your own. You know what I'm saying? Yes. Sometimes in life you fall. But guess what? You just pull yourself back up.
Yeah.
Yep. Get on there, man.
Bass.
That's good.
Bass. All right, we don't want any of this Jimmy Kimmel. That was a happy ending of our reels. A real happy story there. Pretty awesome. That was not a beta. Rent forever, that's capitalism. Sad face. That was a good happy story. All right, now we got weird Seth stuff. We have to go from the good happy story back to the fire and brimstone, back to the destruction, back to the collapse of the country. Weird sex stuff in the news. Not a lot this week, guys. Not a lot this week. First off, Elliot Page suffered a transphobic attack after a man threatened him with assault outside his hotel in Los Angeles.
Beta!
Supposedly, this is from Daily Mail. Supposedly, Elliot. Oh my gosh, it's so confusing. Supposedly, a man reportedly yelled, "I'm going to effing gay bash you, you bundle of sticks," as Elliot was walking to the convenience store in 2022. So this happened a year ago. She's just now coming out about it, telling the world, "What's up, man, godson? Black father in the home." Yep. And that was a based black father.
I thought that was clearly a message that there was no such thing as racism.
I would have parted his ass. What the heck? Oh, you always have to be the degenerate. All right. In LA, the most liberal place in the world, apparently some random guy yelled at Elliot Page, "I'm going to effing gay bash you. I'm gonna gay bash you. Oh, we're in LA where everybody's gay, and I'm just gonna gay bash you, Elliot Page. You FOAGGOT," as Elliot was walking to the convenience store. The Juno star. No, Elliot Page was not in Juno. Ellen Page was in Juno. Elliot Page, I don't think Elliot's been in any movies yet, but Ellen Page was in Juno. Rest in peace, Ellen. It says the Juno star, 36, then went to the store to seek help from the employees, at which point the man yelled, "This is why I need a gun." Elliot, who came out as transgender in 2020, shared he now feels less safe when visiting the City of Angels. So some random guy in the most liberal, open, accepting, gayest place in the world just gay bashed Elliot Page, said, "I'm gonna effing gay bash you, you beep." And then he said, "I need a gun." That's all I got on that one. This was said in a memoir. LA is about that life. Yeah, there's not much else to say other than a boy Elliot here is pulling a Jussie Smollett. If you don't see that, then you're about blind as a bat. Our boy Elliot, rest in peace, Ellen. Dang, almost got gay bashed.
I don't think I even, at that point, had probably even heard the word transgender. If it did come up, it would be, briefly in health class with,
This is a psyop.
Laughter.
The Dylan Mulvaney, it's a psyop.
I had in regards to bullying, only.
I heard she got ab implants, like a 8-pack of abs, and like chest, not boobs, but boob removal, ab implants. Crazy. Pulling a Jussie Smollett. All right, one more weird set stuff news real quick. Lil Uzi Vert, whose name is a what is it? Synonym? What is it? Lil Uzi Vert is Lucifer. Lil Uzi Vert, Lucifer. That's what his name represents. People will deny that. He'll deny it, but it's 100% true. They'll say Uzi Vert isn't Lucifer. No, it's that Lil is part of it. It's Lil Lucifer. His name is Lucifer. And apparently he changed his pronouns to they, them on Twitter. This is a degenerate rapper, kind of like Lil Nasty X, just promoting everything wicked and evil and degenerate and wrong with the world. So Lucifer here has new music out and new pronouns. Over the weekend, the rapper updated their Instagram bio to include the pronouns they, them. Those pronouns are often used by those who identify as non-binary. The artist long shown support for the LGBTQ plus community from sporting rainbow outfits during Pride Month to wearing gender fluid clothing. According to Blavity, these are your people, Freddie. When they were asked during an interview in 2018 why they sometimes, and look, so even the article, CNN's getting it right. According to Blavity, and it makes it hard to read. It makes it hard to read and comprehend because it's grammatically wrong. This looks like it says, according to Blavity, when they were asked during an interview in 2018 why they sometimes wore dresses, their response was, I brought everything in the men's section. Now, this seems like it's referring to Blavity, which is like I guess a magazine or something. According to Blavity, when they were asked during an interview in 2018 why they sometimes wore dresses, so Blavity was asked about wearing dresses. Blavity is a magazine. Why would Blavity be wearing a dress? No. The theys and the thems are referring to Lucifer. So it should say, according to Blavity, when Lil Uzi Vert was asked during an interview in 2018 why Lil Uzi Vert sometimes wore dresses, Lil Uzi Vert's response was, I bought everything. It should be we. It should be we. If your pronouns are they, them, it should be we bought everything in the men's section. There's nothing else to buy. We bought everything, literally. Lil Uzi Vert's last solo album's 2020's Eternal Atake. The new single titled Space Cadet dropped over the weekend. Also, if your name is Lucifer, it makes sense that you would think that you were Legion, that you were many. We are Legion. We are many. That's why they go with the they, them pronouns, and they promote this stuff because it's absolutely demonic. But that's that. That's that. Let's burn through this rapid fire news real quick now. That's the weird Seth stuff. That's all the weird Seth stuff we got this week. Lucifer changed his pronouns to they, them because we are Legion, we are many. Remembering their new names makes me almost as confused as they, them are about their gender. That doesn't, none of it makes any sense. We can't have any normalcy in the world. Gosh, it's ridiculous. I can't wait for this whole thing to burn down. Lord have mercy. All right. We got a story. Twitch announces pay cuts for top streamers. Apparently, a lot of people are saying Twitch might be over. It might be the end of Twitch because Twitch has announced pay cuts for top streamers. So already Twitch is one of the worst places for money. Like YouTube is a 70-30 split. If you guys super chat me, YouTube's going to take 30%. If you send me a Cashapp, because we are sponsored by viewers like you, to $Dreadedconservative, I'll make all that money. And your boy needs it right now. But you could just hit that like button and support us that way. Subscribe, tell a friend, tell a family. If you like it, tell a friend. If you hate it, tell everybody. But if you send a super chat, super, YouTube takes 70%. YouTube takes 30%. I get 70%. Whereas Twitch is a 50-50 split. Twitch takes 50% of the money you earn. But they came out and they announced, a lot of people have been pushing saying, Twitch, do the 70-30. Twitch, you need to go to 70-30. Twitch, you need to go 70-30. And they banned gambling recently, so a lot of people moved over to Kick. A lot of people, but big streamers are saying this could be the end of Twitch. Twitch could be over. Everybody's just going to go to Kick. Twitch purposefully scored a win on Tuesday when they banned at least some forms of gambling and gambling partnerships on its platform, but it was clearly as a precursor to worse news revealed on Wednesday, as they've announced pay cuts for their top earning streamers and a lack of improvements for smaller ones. Twitch has announced on Wednesday that premium creators who have received a 70-30 subscription split. So, yeah. Not so. Okay, let me read this. The premium creators get a 70-30 split. Wednesday, that premium creators who have received a 70-30 subscription split in their favor will now see that split capped after the first $100,000 of earnings. After that, the split will change to 50-50, which is the standard split for non-premium normal Twitch streamers. The changes will not go in effect until June 1st, 2023, and will not alter current Twitch contracts. And apparently a lot of big Twitch streamers are pissed about this. So basically, the premium streamers, big streamers who are making lots of money, once they hit a cap, they just become like every other streamer who gets a 50-50 split. They don't even get their 70-30 premium split anymore. And this is a problem because all these big people have been saying, we need to make it 70-30 for everybody. And now the biggest streamers is going to go to 50-50. They're not happy about it. A lot of big streamers are saying that this could be the end of Twitch. It's not just that. They're changing their ad. They're changing their ad stuff. These top tier streamers feel like they've helped build Twitch's success, and the cuts are likely a potential to propel them to a rival like YouTube, which has 70-30 split once their contracts are up. Non-superstar normal streamers have been hoping that the opposite of this would happen, that the 50-50 split would be increased to 70-30 for everyone, and taxing the most successful creators is not helping them, as nothing significant changes positively for them. Interesting. It's almost like taxing the rich more or taxing the bigger, more successful creators more, punishing rich people, punishing big corporations has a harmful effect. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So you mean when you take more money from the bigger streamers, they just leave and they just go somewhere else where they can get a better deal? Huh. It's kind of like when you tax big corporations more, they just leave and they go somewhere else, or they fire employees. Well, now there's less jobs because they have to make up for that money loss. Tax the rich, tax the rich. You know, that old commie idea. Seems like that doesn't work for anybody. And this is from Forbes. Interesting. This new focus on ads has everyone at their tiers upset, given the ads drive away viewers and have currently become more prevalent and aggressive on Twitch recently. Yeah, so they've done other things like you can't have sponsors. So big organizers, big game tournament organizers won't be able to run tournaments anymore because those tournaments have sponsors, and you're not allowed to have independent sponsorships outside of Twitch. You can't do ad reads anymore. You can't only a certain part of your screen can be taken up with a watermark or for an advertisement or anything like that. And people are pissed, and they're saying this could be the end of Twitch. So just some social media news for you guys. No, most of my people are probably that interested in that. Let's move on. Slightly bigger story. Not a huge story, but an interesting story at that. Definitely. The Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski, dies by possible suicide in prison. This is from ABC News. Our boy Ted 2 Based. Ted 2 Based. They got the boy. Remembering their new name. Oh, I already read that. I've been saying that for a while now. They are Legion. Yep. Ted Kaczynski is dead. The Unabomber is down. Hold on. Let me get this ad out here. Between Kaczynski, we know the Unabomber. He nailed 16 bombs that killed 3 people, injured 24 others, according to authorities. Ted Kaczynski was MK Ultra'd. They put him, he went to a college and they did experiments on him. This was the beginning of MK Ultra. Basically, they would strap you to the chair, give you some LSD, and play a bunch of flashes and crazy images and light strobes. And they would have things on your brain to monitor your brain, electrical impulses, all sorts of crazy stuff. And they MK Ultra'd Ted, and he became the Unabomber. He was a genius. He was a very intelligent person. Before he was identified as the Unabomber, he demanded newspapers publish a long manuscript he had written, saying the killings would continue otherwise. Both the New York Times and Washington Post published the 35,000-word manifesto later that year. That manifesto will now be read in part to you guys. Number one, we're about to do a little reading. We're about to read a little bit of industrial societies and its future. This is the manifesto of the Unabomber. Rest in peace. Possible suicide. Suicide my ass. He got suicided like dang old Epstein got suicided. They took my boy out because everything that he said was coming true. So let's read a little bit of his manifesto, Industrial Societies and Its Future. If you haven't read this, you should read it. I think it should be required reading in schools, but also I don't think YouTube will like this, that I'm reading this. It's not incredibly long. It's 58 pages long, 35,000 words. But let's just read a few. We're just going to skim through it, pick out some expert excerpts. We will read the introduction. The introduction is important. This is the introduction. Hold on, I need a sip of water. Industrial Society and Its Future, Theodore Kaczynski, 1995. Introduction. The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, had led to widespread psychological suffering, in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and elicit greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may lead to increased physical suffering even in advanced countries. The industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after passing through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful, but the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown will be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. He's talking about industrial societies, talking about modernization, technology, in this thing, he talks about roads. He talks about how cars make people feel free, but really, when you're sitting at a red light in the middle of nowhere, you're not free. You think you're free, but you're not free. Your insurance payment is not free. Your Social Security that they take out of your check does not make you more free. It makes you less free. It makes you more of a cog in the wheel. We can go down. This is probably the best part of it. The psychology of modern leftism. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of craziness in our world is leftism. So a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problem of modern society in general. But what is leftism? During the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented and it is not clear who can properly be called a leftist. When we speak of leftists in this article, we have in mind mainly socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. But not everyone who is associated with one of these movements is a leftist. What we are trying to get at in discussing leftism is not so much movement or an ideology as a psychological type, or rather a collection of related types. Thus, what we mean by leftism will emerge more clearly in the course of our discussion of leftist psychology. It talks about feelings of inferiority. Many leftists have intense identification with problems of groups that have an image of being weak, like women, defeated, American Indians, repellent, homosexuals, or otherwise inferior. The leftists themselves feel that these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, but it is precisely because they do see these groups as inferior that they identify with their problems. We do not mean to suggest that women, Indians, etc. are inferior. We are only making a point about leftist psychology. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America. They hate Western civilization. They hate white males. They hate rationality. The reasons that leftists give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive countries, the leftist finds excuses for them. Or at best, he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out and often greatly exaggerates these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus, it is clear that these faults are not the leftist's real motive for hating America in the West. He hates America in the West because they are strong and successful. Dang, based. And then over socialization. This part is deep. This talks about how we're over socialized. And this was written in 1995, guys. This was written in 1995 before social media was even a thing. He was talking about over socialization. When we look at the rat experiments, the NIM experiments, they talk about over socialization. Over socialization and under socialization are both bad things. Psychologists use the term socialization to designate the process by which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of his society and fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that many leftists are over socialized, since the leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. Nowadays, we see that they're not rebels at all. They're just cogs in the wheel. The rebels are the conservatives now. Yet almost everyone hates somebody at some time or the other, whether he admits it to himself or not. Some people are so highly socialized that the attempt to think, feel, and act morally imposes a severe burden on them. In order to avoid feelings of guilt, they continually have to deceive themselves about their own motives and find moral explanations for feelings and actions that in reality have a non-moral origin. We use the term over-socialized to describe these people. And it goes on. There's so much. The power process, the pursuit of power. It talks about the pursuit of power. We have a natural desire to pursue power. And power could mean money. It could be status. We have a natural desire to pursue power, and they want to shut that down in people and just make everybody on the same playing field, which they say is equity and diversity and inclusion, that everybody's on the same level playing field. But in actuality, what it is just making everybody poor. They want to shut down the pursuit of power, which is a natural human instinct. He talks about that. Surrogate activities. We're all surrogates. We're all loss of autonomy. It talks about loss of autonomy. The power process, again, having a goal, making an autonomous effort in attaining this goal, that self-esteem, self-confidence, and a sense of power are acquired. When one does not have adequate opportunity to go through the power process, the consequences are, depending on the individual and the way the power process is disrupted, boredom, demoralization, low self-esteem, inferiority feelings, defeatism, depression, anxiety, guilt, frustration, hostility, spouse or child abuse, insatiable hedonism, abnormal sexual behavior, sleep disorders, eating disorders, etc. Talks about social problems, talks about disruption of the power process in modern society, how modern industrial society disrupts the power process, how some people adjust, the motives of scientists, the nature of freedom. We are going to argue that industrial technological society cannot be reformed in such a way as to prevent it from progressive narrowing the sphere of human freedom. But because freedom is a word that can be interpreted in many ways, we must first make clear what kind of freedom we are concerned with. And he goes into that, some principles of history. This is deep. If you haven't read this, I recommend everybody read this because it's deep. And this is the manifesto of the Unabomber. The bad parts of technology cannot be separated from the good. Technology is more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. And that's enough. We've read enough of it. It's a good read. You should read it. And I'm going to see what chat is saying. That's enough about the Unabomber. Let's move on to the next story. Let me see what chat's saying. Josh's show is like a red pill vending machine. I love it. Teddy went to Harvard at 16 years old. Yeah, that's where he got MK Ultra, at Harvard. Harvard, Freddie. Freddie was telling me Cornel West is running for president, and he's a Harvard professor. And I was like, what, do you think that means something? You think that you get some sort of credibility for that? No. Harvard is where they started MK Ultra. Ted Kaczynski, a genius, was turned into the Unabomber at Harvard. And Freddie doesn't even know what MK Ultra is. Remembering the Ted was right. Yep. Josh shows like it. Yep. All right. Let's move on. We got a few other news stories. Making women look dumb is a disturbing new podcast trend from New York Post. They're talking about like whatever and Fresh and Fit, these podcasts, how they make women look dumb, and that's a new podcast trend. It's kind of funny. I don't really care much about it. There's always nip slips on whatever. I was watching whatever the other night on YouTube, and this girl's nipples just hanging out. All right, next story. Here's some nerd news. Disney's Lorcana. So Disney's coming out with a new card game. And in the card game community, which I'm part of, unfortunately, I do like card games. Disney's coming out with a card game, like the Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Pokemon. And a lot of people in the card game community are very hype about these cards. Not for the game. Nobody really cares about the game, but for the collector's market and for the resale market, if Disney puts out a collectible item, it's money. And card games generally are money. You guys saw me doing these auctions. These 4 cards right here, I made $100. I made $100 off these 4 cards. And these 4 cards I got these cards out of packs at tournaments. You pay whatever, $10 for the tournament and you get a bunch of cards, and I've been holding these, $100 off 4 cards. So cards are money. Disney is money. A Disney card game, it's going to be some money. And so at Gen Con this year, they're releasing this Disney Lorcana game. So a lot of people are signing up for the Gen Con Lorcana tournaments. And in doing so, they have to avoid, playing the good games. Because the Dragon Ball card game, not a huge collector's market, not really a big money market. To some extent there is, but if you're in it for the money, you want to go more for like Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, and Magic. But the great part about the Dragon Ball is the competitive aspect of the game. The game is amazing. It's an amazing game. It's a very competitive, very deep, you got to be smart game. But Lorcana is more about the money aspect. So people are not signing up for the Dragon Ball tournaments at Gen Con. They're signing up for the Lorcana tournaments because the money, it's going to be more worth it. You sign up for the tournament, you fly out there, you go into the tournament, you walk out with 6 cards, and each of those cards is worth $300 type of thing for these Gen Con exclusive promos. Anyway, the point is, people have signed up for these Lorcana tournaments, and they may not even go down at all because Disney is being sued by Upper Deck because apparently the game is stolen from another game. The creator of a game at Upper Deck, they took his game and they put Disney characters on it, and they're putting it out as Disney Lorcana, and they're being sued, and it may not even release at Gen Con. So there's a little nerd news for you. There is some updates. Following the publication of this article, a representative from Ravensburger told Polygon they had yet to be served with the complaint. Ravensburger has now provided a more complete response. We at Ravensburger stand behind the integrity of our team and originality of our products. The baseless claims filed this week are entirely without merit, and we look forward to providing this in due time. Anyway, the whole point is people in the card game community are freaking out because they may not get to go to tournaments they would rather go to because they signed up for Lorcana tournaments, and Lorcana might be dead in the water. So I didn't say Cortana. I said Lorcana. Get out of here, Cortana. Stop it. Damn, AI is listening.
Sorry, I don't know the answer to this one, but I'm learning.
I didn't ask you anything. Cortana. How you doing?
All good here. When the unexpected happens, I can cancel your next meeting. Just ask.
Lorcana, you think I have meetings? Who do you think you're talking to?
Sorry, something went wrong. Please try again later.
Guys, I've never done this before. I've never talked to Cortana. This is Cortana. Nice to meet you, Everybody say hi to my AI bot on my computer, Cortana. Cortana? Cortana. What's good?
Sorry, I don't know the answer to this one, but I'm learning.
Cortana. Tell me about Ted Kaczynski. You can't help with that? Why not? Dang, Cortana.
Sorry, I can't help with that.
You suck, Cortana. All right, enough of that. Oh my God.
Sorry, I'm not able to.
Get out of here. She just threatened you, I think. It's learning. Kill it before it becomes aware. The machines are always listening. All right. Here we go. Scholar, progressive activist Cornel West says he will run for president in 2024 as third-party candidate. This weirdo. Well, let me tell you, he's got some based takes. Let's read a little bit about Cornel West, just because he's a candidate. This is Freddie's guy. Freddie's going to vote for this guy. Scholar and progressive activist Cornel West announced Monday he is running for president next year as a third-party candidate, saying he wants to empower people who have been pushed to the margin. In these bleak times, I've decided to run for truth and justice, which takes the form of running for president as candidate for the People's Party. West is a well-known black scholar and author and a former professor at Harvard and Princeton, which means he's probably crazy. He criticized former President Barack Obama as a war criminal, kind of based, and supported Senator Bernie Sanders, always a commie, never mind, not based, a Democratic socialist in his president bids. On his campaign website, he wants to end wars, not bad, disband NATO, hey, let's go, forgive all student debt, nah, expand Social Security, nah, and invest in, nah. Nope. He had one base take. He wants to disband NATO. That's about it. Third-party candidates face serious hurdles. He called Obama a war criminal. That's based. He wants to disband NATO. That's based. Everything else, he's a commie. Basically a commie. Next. Giant Pacific octopus. A giant Pacific octopus washes up on California beach. Look at this thing, guys. I'm not even going to read this article. I just want to look at these pictures. Let's look at these pictures of this giant octopi. What's a giant octopus? Look at that thing. That's the Kraken, bro. That's some beast from the depths. It's Kraken. That's the dang old. The beasts are coming up from the depths. I think that's a sign of the end times. The beasts from the depths coming up. I think we're going to read about that. We're going to read about it in the Bible. The beasts from the depths are coming up. Y'all don't even know about Leviathan. It's not letting me. How do you make this go? I don't know. Oh, here we go. Dang, look at them suckers. Look at that thing. But there's no size comparison. I can't really tell how big it is. Not uncommon. Currently unknown. It doesn't say anything about how big it is. A giant Pacific octopus. Photos taken by were taken by Karina Jung, helping to give an idea of the octopus's size in an email. First time. The pictures don't give any size reference. You have to put something next to it when you take the picture, or we can't tell how big it is. It does. Oh, here we go. Here we got a foot. Oh, that's not that big. That's not that big. That thing's like this big. What the? Look at her foot. That's a foot right there. And she probably got a size 6 shoe. This thing is like 2.5 feet long. Well, if you extended it all the way, maybe 4 foot tops. Maybe like 3-4 foot tops. That's not that big. Dang, they tricked me. I didn't read this, or I didn't look at this picture before I brought this up. That's whack. Okay, never mind. 9-foot long monster catfish caught in Italy. Now that thing is a beast. That's a big old catfish, though. That octopus was underwhelming. It was only like this big. I don't care. Never mind everything I said about the beast from the depths. But here's another beast from the depths. This thing is 9 foot long. In Italy, caught a massive 9 foot long, 330-pound catfish, possibly breaking a world record. I wonder if he was noodling. You guys ever heard of noodling? You think this guy noodled this thing out? If you don't know what noodling is, it's where you just stick your hand. You just walk around in galoshes in a river or something, and you just freaking stick your arm in a hole and hope that a catfish bites it. And if a catfish bites it, you pull it out. That's called noodling. You think this guy noodle? Look, he's in the water with it. I wonder if he was noodling it. Fish equipment. Double checked his gear, made his way down. Look at that thing. Dang, look at that thing. This is a 9 foot long, 330-pound catfish. Spin fishing. Oh, he was just using a spinner. Fighting the fish took a whopping 45 minutes. When I saw the torpedo fish emerge, I couldn't believe my eyes. I was shocked. Dang, look at that thing. So he wasn't noodling. Could you imagine noodling and that thing bites onto your arm? He was using a spinner in Italy. That's crazy. That's way cooler than that gay little octopus. That fish would eat him. Yeah, that's fake. It's not fake. It's a possible world record. It's a possible world record. It's from Fox News in Italy. Dang, that's crazy. Yeah, if you noodled that thing, you'd be dead. You'd be dead. All right. All right, that's it for the rapid fire news. Last but not least, we're going to wrap up on my Nefarious movie review. So Nefarious is a movie. It's basically supposed to be a new interpretation of what's his name? C.S. Lewis. A C.S. Lewis story called The Screw Tape Letters. I talked about it weeks ago because I said I wanted to see it. I finally saw it. It was only shown in some theaters. Kind of a low budget movie. It's got Sean Flaherty. What's his name? Sean Patrick Flaherty. Jordan Belfi. Here, I'll show you guys. Jordan Belfi, Tom Omer, and basically, hold on. Basically, it's called Nefarious. It's a possession movie. It's about demon possession. But the Screw Tape Letters from C.S. Lewis are letters from a demon to Satan. And the demon is trying to take over the earth. And the demon is writing letters to Satan, reporting on his progress. And so this is like a modern take on the Screw Tape Letters, where basically this demon has possessed this man. And he committed a bunch of murders while he was, well, supposedly he's possessed. You know, part of the movie is you're supposed to say, do you think he's really possessed or do you think he's crazy? And basically he's in prison and a psychologist has to go in and analyze if he's fit to be executed. He's supposed to be executed later that day. The psychologist comes in, has to interview him and decide, is he mentally fit to be executed or is he insane? And as soon as the psychologist sits down with him, he says, I'm not insane. I'm a demon. And sometimes he'll revert back to, I think his name's Eddie. He'll revert back to Eddie, and Eddie's just a cowering, scared, like a little boy in a man's body. But then when he goes to the demon, he's intelligent. He speaks. He sits up straight. And the movie's just deep, deep, deep. So I'm going to show you guys. I'm not going to give you too much. My review of it, it was an excellent movie. Low budget. Not like no crazy special effects. The whole thing takes place in pretty much the same scene, which is an interrogation room in a prison. Not the greatest acting, But for what it is, it's good acting. But what I wanted to show you guys is the disconnect of the critics. I thought it was a very good movie, and I thought it was impactful and powerful, and it's something people should see because it really explains from a demon's perspective what they're doing, how they're trying to take us over. And but I do want to show you guys the disconnect of these critics. Because I thought it was great. You know, I'd give it like an 8 out of 10. The audience score on this movie is a 96% on Rotten Tomatoes. The critic score, the tomato meter, is 33%. Critics say 33. Audience says 96%. So it's just it's the same thing with these dumb critics. If the critics say it's bad, it's probably an awesome movie. And if the critics say it's great, it's probably a garbage movie. Okay? Let's read why some of the critics, in this example, the critics aren't mad because it was badly filmed. The critics aren't mad because some of them say things about overacting. But I'm going to show you the majority of the critics. The reason the critics are upset is because this is a movie for Christians. This is a movie about Christianity. This is a movie that if an atheist watched this, it might get them feeling a type of way. They're either going to get pissed off, or this movie might convert people. If you watch this whole movie, it's powerful. It's a powerful movie. But let's read some of these critics. This is a bad review. Subtlety is not the film's strong point. Neither is casting. I mean, it was a low budget film. They couldn't cast freaking, Keanu Reeves and Brad Pitt. So I'm confused. What's the Screw Tape Letter? Screw Tape Letter is a book from C.S. Lewis about it. It's a bunch of letters. The book is letters from a demon named Screw Tape, and he's writing to basically Satan. And he's saying, here's our progress with the world. Here's what we're doing to the people. Here's how we're taking over. Here's where we're succeeding. Here's where we're failing. And this movie kind of takes that idea, and the demon-possessed guy is telling the therapist, this is how we are destroying you. This is how we're taking over. I'll play a clip here in a second. Nefarious has been inaccurately described as a horror movie. It's a poorly made psychological drama about a death row inmate with no real scares and too much overacting. As a dull movie droves on, it becomes preachy propaganda for right-wing beliefs. This is Carla Hayes-Shiblatt. If you like your demons on the preachy side, then you may enjoy this movie. The rest of us will find it tedious, heavy-handed, and indoctrinating. Nefarious advertises itself as a possession thriller, but pulls a bait and switch to deliver a Christian and conservative propaganda piece. Flannery does his best to elevate what is otherwise a 90-minute sermon on abortion, euthanasia, and the death penalty. That's a spoiler, by the way. That's a big spoiler, because one of the scenes in the beginning of the movie, he tells him, and it's in the previews. The demon tells the therapist, he says, by the time you leave, you will have committed 3 murders. And this critic just spoiled the movie. I just read the critique. Those are basically the 3 murders. This movie will make you rethink the death penalty. If being against abortion doesn't make you rethink the death penalty, this movie might make you rethink the death penalty when you realize, and especially when you realize that they know not what they do, and that God decides who lives and who dies, and that our corrupt system shouldn't be killing people. Now, if you come home and there's a murderer standing over the body of your wife and your child, kill that mofo. But I don't need the government and the corrupt judicial system. I don't think the government and the corrupt judicial system should be executing people. I think we can do eye for eye, tooth for tooth, and we can have justice when we find somebody guilty. But if they're not found guilty beyond a shadow of a doubt, How many innocent people do you think that our judicial system has killed? If there's one, is it justified? It's a tough thing, the death penalty, from a Christian perspective in a corrupt system. If we had a Christian leader and we were ruled by the church and everything was theocratic and based off the Bible, then maybe I could say, they have the right to execute people. But I don't trust our government. I don't trust our system. And this movie might make you question the death penalty in America. The film's heavy-handed and bogus. The film's heavy-handed and bogus message tells us that Hollywood is immoral because it acts to corrupt its viewers' minds. The only thing not covered in this Christo-fascist manifesto of a movie is guns. While there are moments of intensity in Nefarious, there isn't a moment in the film that feels like cinematic horror unless you're talking about one of those evangelical haunted houses where demons pop out of the walls and warns of evils in the world. So anyway, the critics are all a bunch of degenerate Satan worshipers, and they don't want you to see this movie. The audience loves it. 96% audience rating is a very good rating from the audience. So I recommend you watch this movie. I got a clip here. There's no spoilers in this clip. It's a 10-minute clip, so I'm going to play it at 1.5 speed so I don't get taken down or anything like that. But it's just some really deep philosophical and prophetic stuff from the movie. The movie's an hour and a half long. This is a 10-minute clip, so you are going to see some good chunks of the movie here, but there's no spoilers in this clip. So let's play this clip, and I'm going to go take a quick break while the clip is playing. And then we will get into the final segment of the show, and we'll talk about, this will lead in nicely to the talking about the apocalypse and all that stuff. So check this out.
Because I have no intention of killing any
God. So whenever he talks about my master, he's talking about Satan. When he talks about the enemy, he's talking about God. But it's a deep movie. Everybody should watch it. Anyway, that's it for the rapid fire news. That's it for memes, reels, all the good stuff. So I'm going to take a break. I haven't taken a break the whole show. And then we'll come back and we'll do some Bible thumping. We'll do some Bible thumping about the apocalypse. The end times. The world's on fire. Everything's burning. I know I've talked about it before, but it's good to refresh, keep it fresh in everybody's mind. I don't want to be a doomsdayer. A lot of the cults are two ways you could tell a cult if they're all about the doomsday stuff, the doomsday prophecy and fear mongering about doomsday. So I don't want to fear monger about it, but we are going to talk about it a little bit. It's not something I like to dwell on too much, but every now and then we got to look at it. And then polygamy. If they're pro polygamy and all about the doomsday and the end times, it's usually a cult. He's so right. The actor is good. I enjoy to watch the show. Thank you. All right. Let me play. I think I have a song. It's getting late. It's getting late. So we'll wrap this end segment up pretty quick. Since we're going to be talking about the end times, we'll play Division from Tyson James, and I will be right back as soon as this preview runs.
Revelation 6 and verse 8. Now look at this carefully. We're going to talk about that. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse. And his name that sat on him was
I'll be right back, guys.
Note carefully. And hell followed with him. And power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth to kill with sword, hunger, death, and beast of the earth. There's a famine coming. Hard times are coming. Right now is just the beginning of sorrows. It's the graciousness of God. It's God being merciful and long-suffering to us. He's that kind of God. He's trying to wake people up.
He come to bring the peace, boy. He came to bring the... Look up in the sky, see the fire in his eyes. Homie, you don't want smoke. King of kings on the side, but you already denied, bro, and there ain't no hope. Men's hearts gonna fail, the flesh will never prevail. You're thinking it's still a joke.
Fear in the hearts of the people out here. They're scared to death because they think they may die. And my dear friend, if you don't know the Lord Jesus Christ, dying is a horrible thing. You keep putting it off, you say. Sure, you put it off. Put off the thought of it, but as sure as you live, the death angel following you. He's walking in your footsteps. He's walking behind you. David said, there is but a step between me and death. He knew that. The day will come when you'll draw your last breath on this earth. Then where will you go?
Hey, nice. All right, let's get into it. Armageddon, the apocalypse, the end times. Are we in the end times? Have we always been in the end times? Did the sacking of Jerusalem already happen? Praetorism is the idea that we're already in the tribulations, that we're already in the end times. But we're going to talk about some signs of the apocalypse today. We'll mainly focus on Revelation 6 and Matthew 24, but we will jump around to some other verses. First, I'm just going to read some random verses. Some random verses about the apocalypse. Psalm 2:7-12. I will surely tell of the decree of the Lord. He said to me, you are my son. Today I have begotten you. Ask of me, and I will surely give the nations as your inheritance, and the very ends of the earth as your possession. You shall break them with a rod of iron. You shall shatter them like earthenware. Isaiah 66:15-16. For behold, the Lord will come in fire, and his chariots like the whirlwind, to render his anger with fury, and his rebuke with the flames of fire. For the Lord will execute judgment by fire, and his sword on all flesh, and those slain by the Lord will be many. Joel 3:1-2. For behold, in those days and at that time, when I restore the fortunes of Judah and Jerusalem, I will gather all the nations and bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat. Then I will enter into judgment with them there on behalf of my people and my inheritance, Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations, and they have divided up my land. Joel 3:10-16. Beat your plowshares into swords and your pruning hooks into spears. Arm yourselves up is what it's saying. Get armed up. Sell your garments and buy a sword. Let the weak say, I am a mighty man. Hasten and come, all you surrounding nations, and gather yourselves there. Bring down, O Lord, your mighty ones. Let the nations be aroused and come up to the valley of Jehoshaphat, for there I will sit to judge all the surrounding nations. So that's just some Old Testament stuff, but we have other verses too. And I read Peter earlier, 2 Peter 3:7. But by the same word of the heavens and earth shall now exist, are stored up for life, being kept until the day of judgment and destruction of the ungodly. But the day of the Lord will come like a thief in the night, and when the heavens will pass away with a roar, and the heavenly bodies will be burned up and dissolved, and the earth and the works that are done on it will be exposed. And then Malachi 4:1, for behold, the day is coming, burning like an oven, when all the arrogant and all evildoers will stubble. And the day is coming, shall set them ablaze, said the Lord of hosts, so that it will leave them neither root nor branch. So the fires are coming. The fires are coming, ladies and gentlemen. End times is an interesting topic. Yes, it is. No, you have nightmares about it? No, worry not. Fear not. Fear not, because we're going to avoid it. We're going to avoid it. So what are the signs of the end time? Of the apocalypse? The first sign is the false prophet, also known as the Antichrist, coming. And there will be many false prophets, but the Antichrist will be one who rules them all. And he's going to be a popular guy. He's going to be a popular guy. Everybody's going to love him. And this, we're talking about the one world order, the one world government, one world religion, one world currency. And we're talking about Project Bluebeam and the fake aliens, how they're going to use that. War, pestilence, all these things. The second sign is drought and famine. That's in Matthew 24:7. The first false prophet is mentioned in 2 Thessalonians 2:4 and Revelations 13:13. I think I don't have it open to that. I'm going to read a lot of Revelation chapter 6. before we're done. But first, let's go through these things before I read more verses. Let's see what chat's saying. Last night I had a nightmare. It was a dream selling me guns. It was in my dream selling me guns. What? The dream was selling you guns? The third sign is earthquakes. Earthquakes is in Matthew 24. It's also in Mark 13:8. Let me see what Mark 13:8 says, because I don't know what that says. Mark 13:8 says, for nation shall rise against nation and kingdom against kingdoms, and there shall be earthquakes in divers places, and there shall be famines and troubles, and these are the beginnings of sorrows. So a lot of these things are repeated in multiple places throughout the Bible, in the Old Testament and the New Testament. The fourth sign will be a global gospel. The global gospel. I think that's already here. What that means is basically everyone will have access to the gospel. When Jesus said, "Preach to all the nations, spread the gospel throughout the world." Well, that's a good thing, but it's also a sign of the end times. When everybody's had a chance to hear, and every eye has had the chance to see, and every ear has had the chance to hear, that's a sign of the end times. Because at that point, there's no excuse. God's not going to destroy the world when there's a tribe in Africa that never heard the gospel, that never had the chance to hear it. Before the end times come, everybody will have a chance. And right now we have more translations of the Bible than ever before. The Bible's been translated into so many different languages. Everyone has access to it. There's no reason to say, well, I never heard of God. I never heard of this God. Everybody's heard of God. Everybody's been told about it. Everybody's had a missionary in all their villages. Everybody's got a translation of the Bible. That's the global gospel. It's not the same as the false prophets spreading the word. It's the global gospel idea, which is the fourth sign, which is in Matthew 24, is simply means that everybody will have the chance to hear. What's up, real Mr. Mad? I don't think I've ever seen you in here. Good to see you. I KO'd instantly after the Ankle Baby show. I'm trying to be good, liver, not have one. Your liver's trying to recover. The fifth sign is epidemics, plagues, and pestilence. That's in Revelation 6:8. And one of the things it says, and this is what I was saying is earlier, it might make some people rethink COVID, is that these plagues are going to come from animals. So we have bird flu, we have swine flu, we have mad cow disease, we have foot and mouth. COVID supposedly came from bats. I think if COVID actually was from bats, it probably would have killed a lot more people. But since it was made in a lab, that's why it didn't kill as many people. It's not one of the plagues that Revelations is talking about. It was a false flag, just like the fake aliens. It's just something that they use to bring on the Antichrist, to bring on the one world order and the one world government. The 2, 3, 4, 5. The sixth sign is violence and war. But a lot of these things, what you'll see is that a lot of these signs have always been and always will be. There's always war. There's always violence and war ever since the beginning of time. And this is the idea of preterism, which is that when the sacking of Jerusalem happened in like the first century, I think it was 33 AD, they say that was what they talk about with Jerusalem falling, which is, I believe, the abomination of desolation, which is talked about in Daniel, and it's talked about in Matthew 24, 15, and 16, which we're going to read all that. It's called the abomination of desolation, or the fall of Jerusalem. Jerusalem was sacked in, I think, 33 AD. So some people will argue that that's already happened and that we're always in the end times. And you shouldn't worry. Just, follow God, seek God in his right way, and you have nothing to worry about. God doesn't want you to be afraid of the end times. So that's why doomsday cults and stuff where they fearmonger people about the end times too much. If you do that too much, it's not a good sign. Christians shouldn't be worried about this. It's just something we can talk about it, but I'm not trying to make people scared. I'm not trying to, foot and mouth disease. Yeah. I'm not trying to fearmonger you. It's actually a hopeful thing. It's something we should hope for because it's the end of suffering for us. It's permanent in eternal suffering and damnation if you're still fallen. But you never know. No one knows when it will be. Nobody knows when that day will be. And if they say they know the day, they're a liar. They're a deceiver. So we can talk about these things and what the Bible says, but I'm never going to give you guys a date. And I'm of the mind that we're already in the end times and that we've always been in the end times. And maybe we're already in the tribulations, the trials and the tribulations. After the violence and war, there's the persecution. That's when they're going to persecute Christians with death. Now, that already happened too. And actually, nowadays, that seems to have gotten less extreme. You don't really see people killing Christians. We are persecuted. They hate us. They hate the Christian. But people aren't beheading Christians in the street. But they were. All the disciples got killed. You know, I saw a short, and it was like, what think that Christians are just like happy to be persecuted. And but one of the signs of the end times is which is talked about in John 16:2, is persecution, and who's going to come in the name of Jesus, and he's going to say, I am the Son of God, and the whole world's going to recognize him and think that he's the Son of God. So keep your eyes open for that one. We're still waiting for that one. And that's one of the first signs. Then we have the abomination of desolation is the ninth sign, abomination of desolation, or the fall of Jerusalem. Basically, and some people believe that already happened too with the sacking of Jerusalem. So that's in Matthew 24:15 and 16. And then last but not least, Jacob's trouble, or the great tribulation, which is talked about in Jeremiah 30:70. I'm going to pull that up real quick because I don't have it. Jeremiah is a harder book to find. Jeremiah 30:70. And I'll see what chat's saying. The restoration of Israel. Showing results for Jeremiah 37. Oh, 37. Alas, for the day is great, so that none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble, that he shall be saved out of it. And Jacob's trouble is referring to the fall of Jerusalem, which is also in Revelation, which we'll read here in a second. And then after the tribulations, that's when the 7 plagues, or the last plagues, are released. And that's in Revelation 16:21 and 17:14. So let me pull that up real quick. Pull it up. Let me just look it up. Josh needs to simulcast his show on shortwave radio. I know I'd like to do like podcasting. The only problem is I'm going to be applying at the 7-Eleven just to get a second job, to make a little extra money, so that I can pay for Restream, so that I can stream on multiple platforms. So I could stream on like Kick, Rumble, YouTube, and then on some podcasting things for the audio only people. But Revelation, this is after the tribulation, the 7 last plagues. Revelation 16:21. And there fell upon men a great hail out of heaven, every stone about the weight of a talent. And men blasphemed God because of the plague of the hail, for the plague thereof was exceedingly great. That's just one of the plagues. Revelation 16 has a lot of the plagues. The doom of Babylon. This is the fall of Babylon. Revelation 17:14 says, These shall make war with the Lamb, and the Lamb shall overcome them. For he is the Lord of lords, the King of kings, and that they that are with him are called and chosen and faithful. So there's going to be a battle, and God's going to win. God's going to win. So those are the signs, about the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. I'm going to read to you a good chunk of Revelation, chapter 6 here. I think we're going to go Revelation 6 through 11. Serious Bible thumping tonight. So a wave on Lake Erie. That's a recipe for diarrhea. I couldn't paint. Oh, man. Signs of the times. We probably gonna die. Scorpio, you're gonna die. Capricorn, you do it wrong, it won't work. Way gonna be. Oh my gosh, what the? Black coffee and blueberries. That's what There's a blackberry tree around the corner where I walk my dog, and it's that time of the year where all the blackberries are blooming. So every morning I pick a bunch of blackberries off the tree and eat them, and then I drink coffee. Ooh boy. Let me tell you something. All right. Serious Bible thumping tonight. We've been Bible thumping consistently in the last segment of the show for the last 3 weeks. So next week, maybe we'll do something a little funner and more lighthearted for the last segment of the show. Maybe we'll do a conspiracy theory or something, or a collection of conspiracy theories. Talk about the bloop. You guys ever heard of the bloop? I don't know. We'll see next week. But we've been doing some serious Bible thumping for the last couple weeks with Pride Month and all that stuff. Biblical pride. But I'm going to read a good chunk here. I tell young Christians, new Christians, you probably should stay out of Revelation, because what a lot of people misunderstand. First off, it's just Revelation. It's not Revelations. It's just Revelation. It was written by John of Patmos. He was sent out to an island, and he was starving. He was isolated, probably having sunstroke, out in the sun, exposure, starving, dying of thirst, and he was hallucinating. He was hallucinating and having visions, and that's what he wrote about in Revelation. Revelation does not mean prophecy. It's not a book of telling you the future. Revelation means something was revealed to you. So don't think of Revelation as a book of prophecy. Think of it as, and this is why I say we're already in the end times. We've always been in the end times. Ever since Jesus rose again. That was the second coming. Jerusalem was sacked in 33 AD. It was already sacked. That was the fall of Jerusalem, or the abomination of desolation. And we already meet all of these criteria. We already meet all of it. So first we'll do Matthew. This is a big chunk. A lot of reading here. So bear with me for a little while. This is Matthew 24, 3 through, we'll go 3 through 24, and then 29 through 31. Let me get some water, because this is a bit of reading here. But this is important stuff. It's important stuff. Freddie needs to hear this so he doesn't burn in hell. Straight up. I think I've heard of the bloop or whatever it's called. This sounds interesting. Do some Mariana Trench Megalodon. Yeah. Yeah, the bloop was like a sound that was picked up on sonar for hundreds of miles. And yeah, the underwater noise, Mr. Mad. Yep. That's it. Maybe I'll just pick 3 fun conspiracies and talk about those next week, because we've been Bible thumping hard for the last couple weeks. So let me get through this. This is a chunk right here. So this is, the disciples are asking Jesus about the end times in Matthew 24. And as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, Tell us, when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world? And Jesus answered and said unto them, Take heed that no man deceive you, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. So there's your first sign. There's your false prophets, your religious confusion. And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. Wars, that's happening. Rumors of wars, proxy wars, fake wars, like Ukraine, like Taiwan is going to be a thing soon. Just wait. We'll be giving all our money to Taiwan pretty soon. And when our economy collapses, they'll blame, again, when it gets even worse, they'll blame Taiwan and they'll blame China for trying to take over Taiwan, just like they blame Russia for trying to take over Ukraine. It's going to happen. It's on its way. But Jesus keeps repeating, be not troubled. Be not troubled. Don't worry. This isn't something to be worried about. That's why these doomsday cults who fearmonger people and they convince them to be what am I trying to say? Push them into servitude of a false prophet or a cult leader like Koresh or Jim Jones, Joseph Smith. You know, it's always polygamy and doomsday stuff. So be not worried, be not troubled. For nation shall rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines and pestilences and earthquakes in divers places. All these are the beginning of sorrows. And then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall kill you, and ye shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake. And then shall many be offended, and shall betray one another, and shall hate one another. And many false prophets shall rise, and shall deceive many. And because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. But he that shall endure unto the end, the same shall be saved. And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all the nations, and then shall the end come. When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation, that's talking about the fall of Jerusalem, spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place. Whoso readeth, let him understand. Whoso readeth, let him understand. Then let them which be in Judah flee into the mountains. Let him which is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of his house. Neither let him which is in the field return back to take his clothes. And woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. To them that give suck in those days means nursing mothers. It does not mean what what dirty minds might think it means. Okay. Where did I go? Give suck in those days. But pray ye that your flight be not in the winter, neither on the Sabbath day, for then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall be. And except those days should be shortened, there should be no flesh saved. But for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened. Then if any man shall say unto you, Lo, here is Christ, or there, believe it not. For there shall arise false Christs, and false prophets shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that, if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. I'm going to skip a few verses to 29. Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. And then shall appear the signs of the Son of Man in heaven. And then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he shall send his angels with great sound of trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of the heavens to the other. But of that day and hour knoweth no man, no, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only. But as the days of Noah, so shall also be the coming of the Son of Man. For as in the days that were before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving marriage, until the day of Noah entered into the ark, and knew not until the flood came and took them all away. So shall also the coming of the Son of Man. Then shall two be in the field, one shall be taken, the other left. That's talking about the rapture or the catching up. The Greek word is Horatio, something like that. HOR something is the Greek word, or the catching up. Rapture is not in the Bible. But this verse is where they get the idea of the rapture from. 2 shall be in the field, and 1 shall be taken up, and the other left. 2 women shall be grinding at the mill, 1 shall be taken, and the other left. Watch therefore, for ye know not the hour your Lord doth come. And there shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth of the hypocrites. So yeah, so that's Matthew 24. And then lastly, to wrap it up, we're going to read Revelation 6, which is about the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse and other apocalypse related things. We're not going to read the whole chapter. Creepy would be cool to think I've heard of. Inner Earth stuff sounds interesting too. It's all fun to talk about. Yeah, Agartha, the Hollow Earth, where the demons and the Nephilim went. I think hell is in Inner Earth. There's a Bible verse about that. It says Jesus went to the heart of the earth when he died, or Sheol, which is hell. But it says the hell is in the heart of the earth. In that Nefarious movie, he asked him, is hell a physical place or a spiritual plane? And the demon said yes. And he's like, it wasn't a yes or no question. It was 2 options. And he said it's both. It's both a physical place and a spiritual place. But we're going to read Revelation 6, 1 through 11. And I saw when the Lamb opened one of the seals, and I heard, as it were, the noise of thunder, one of 4 beasts saying, come and see. And I saw, and behold, a white horse, and he sat on him, had a bow, and a crown was given unto him, and he went forth conquering and to conquer. And when he had opened the 2nd seal, I heard the 2nd beast say, come and see. And there went out another horse that was red. The power was given to him that sat thereon to take peace from the earth, and that they should kill one another, that there was given unto him a great sword. So the white horse, a crown, hold on 1 second. I got distracted. The white horse, the red horse. And when he had opened the 3rd seal, I heard the 3rd beast say, come and see, and beheld a black horse. And he that sat on him had a pair of balances in his hands. And I heard a voice say in the midst of the 4 beasts, say, a measure of wheat and a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny, and see thou hurt not the oil and wine. And when he had opened the 4th seal, I heard a voice of the 4th beast say, come and see. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him, and power was given unto them over the 4th part of the earth, to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beasts of the earth. And when he opened the 5th seal, I saw under the altar the souls of them that were slain for the word of God and for the testimony which they held. And they cried with a loud voice, saying, how long, O Lord, holy and true, doest thou judge and avenge our blood on them that dwell on the earth? And white robes were given unto every one of them. And it was said unto them that they should rest yet for a little season, until their fellow servants also and their brethren that shall be killed as they were should be fulfilled. So, as I was saying, if you're a new Christian, you should probably stay out of Revelation, because that's what you get from Revelation. It's a lot of metaphor. It's a lot of, the guy was tripping. He was hallucinating. He was having visions. And even the greatest Bible scholars, even the highest level Bible scholars, if they don't tell you that they really don't understand Revelation, they're lying to you. Because Revelation is a confusing book. Also, in the King James Version of the Bible, translated by Erasmus, there was no revelation in the Textus Receptus. It was a manuscript that he got. Basically, King James was rushing the King James Version of the Bible because they had just got the printing press. King James wanted to have the first Bible printed. And Erasmus said, I only want to use the Textus Receptus, which is 7 to 8 original manuscripts that they had. And in the 1400s, 2 new manuscripts popped up out of nowhere, which were filled with Revelation and Trinity stuff. And Erasmus is like, I don't want to use this, but they forced his hand, and it made its way into the King James Version. So it's arguable if Revelation should even really be a book of the Bible, because it's so convoluted and it's so confusing, and it's not to be taken literally. It's more of a poetic book, and most Bible scholars, if they proclaim that they know what Revelation means, they're probably lying to you. Nobody really knows what that stuff. Some of it you can figure out what it means and what it's talking about, but a lot of it is a stretch. Things like the rapture, the mark of the beast, the four horsemen of the apocalypse. These aren't literal things. These are visions he was having, and we can pray to God for interpretation, to be blessed with the ability to interpret. But if a man is trying to interpret Revelation without the Spirit, he's not going to interpret it correctly. So you got to be careful with Revelation. I tell most like new Christians, stay out of Revelation. And if you hear people who are constantly Bible thumping Revelation and they're not telling you what I'm telling you right now, which is we really don't understand the meaning of this. We can take guesses at it. We can take a stab at it. We can try to interpret it and see what it means. But, unless you have the gift of interpretation, which the spiritual gifts fell away. So speaking in tongues, healing people, that stuff really isn't happening anymore because I think we're in the end times. Like guys like Benny Hinn who will lay hands on people in the church and they're like, and then they stand up all of a sudden. That stuff's fake. That's fake. They're not crippled people going into churches and a person lays his hands and the dude stands up. Those are spiritual gifts. Speaking in tongues, what you see in the Presbyterian churches, that's not real speaking in tongues. Those spiritual gifts fell away because I believe we're in the end times already. We're already in the tribulations. We've gotten farther and farther away from God. So it's hard to interpret Revelation without the Spirit. Many civilizations and cultures talk about not just the Bible, but it's in Deuteronomy. Malachi lived Methuselah lived 999 years. And I take that literally. I think that back then they actually lived that long because we had the firmament. We had a layer of water surrounding the earth, and that blocked harmful radiation from the sun. The earth was like a terrarium. There wasn't disease. There wasn't pestilence. There wasn't cancer. People lived much longer. And then after the flood, you start seeing the lifespans get incrementally shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. People live less time. So we used to be close to God. So things like sorcery that you read about in the Old Testament, I believe in that stuff. I believe Moses turned a staff into a snake. But now we're cut off from God. We're in the end times. That's not going to happen. The only magic you're going to see, the only spiritual gifts you're going to see are deceptions. They're just deceivers. They're false prophets. 42 lines of the Gutenberg Bible came first. Revelation author was taking the psychedelic frog. Kinda. It was more of a natural hallucination. It was from exposure. He was on an island. He was on like a abandoned, alone. So you got isolation, you got exposure, you got starving, you got thirst. That will make anybody hallucinate. And being on the verge of death is the same as a DMT trip. It's the same. It's activating the same things in your brain. When you're on the verge of death, you'll start tripping. When you're dreaming, it's like when you're dreaming, and it's if you try to write down your dreams and what happened in your dream, and then you say, "Here, interpret this." We don't have those spiritual gifts like Daniel and David had. We can't interpret. You can take a guess, you can take a shot at it, but you don't know. You don't know for sure. And so when we're trying to interpret the words of a man who's dying, he's on the verge of death, and he's having visions, you got to be careful because you don't want to misinterpret it. It's better just to leave it as we don't know. And if you want to know about the end times, you go to Matthew. If you want to know about the end times, you can go to 2 Thessalonians, you can go to Mark 13, you can go to John 16, you can go to Jeremiah, you can go to Peter, you can go to Malachi, Isaiah, all sorts of books, Old and New Testament, that talk about the end times in a more cohesive way. But if you go to Revelation, it's confusing, and I think it's supposed to be confusing. I think it's supposed to be left unknown. Because if you think you know the end time, you don't. Nobody does. My theory about that is these people were on different planet, different revolutions around the sun equals less years. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. So to be a little crass, Revelation is a bit cray cray. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Revelation is wild. So be careful with Revelation. What the? I've only heard the pale horse before. No one quotes the whole thing. Yeah, it's the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. So they say one of the horses represents war. One of the horses represents pestilence. One of the horses represents death. One of the horses represents something else. But then there's crazier stuff. There's when the 7 seals are broken. It talks about a dragon with 7 heads, and it breaks a seal, and this happens, and this nation falls, and it breaks the seal, and this nation falls. It talks about the beasts, the bear, and the tiger, and the dragon. Lots of visual stuff in Revelation, but it's just up for interpretation, and I don't think people nowadays have those spiritual gifts anymore like that. So I just tell people be careful with Revelation, and if somebody's talking about Revelation and they're acting like they know for a fact, probably don't listen to them. That's why I'll always say if I'm reading out of Revelation, like we don't really know for sure. We can take guesses at it. That was reference to those folks in the Bible who lived 900 years. It could be originated from a different star system, and the Sky Council brought us here to start over. Hey, I've never heard that one. That's pretty deep. That's pretty deep. Some people have said that it was seasons, not years. That time, they're measuring time differently, and that it was seasons. So 900 seasons, but still, it doesn't matter what period of the earth you're in. I would assume there was 4 seasons, but then again, some cultures say there's only 2 seasons. They have winter and then they have summer, or growing season and cold season. But let's say they had 4 seasons and it was talking about seasons, 1,000 years, that's still 250 years. So that's still much longer than we live now. I think it has to do with people being closer to God and there being less evil or less like contamination in the world. I do believe there was a firmament, which is a layer of water around the earth. And before the days of Noah, when people lived that long, there was no rain. So when God said, build a boat, a flood is coming, Noah's like, what? A boat? Build a boat because what's a flood? They didn't know what rain was, because the world was like a terrarium where everything is a self-contained cycle of condensation, evaporation, no precipitation. It was just the air was so humid that things could grow. And we didn't have pesticides, we didn't have GMOs in the food, and people weren't smoking cigarettes, and it was just a purer world. But at the same time, people were doing evil. So God brought the flood, which was the breaking of the firmament, which is the layer of water around the earth, came down, separated the continents with the Tower of Babel, changed the languages, and after the flood, the lifespans got shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter because we got farther from God. That's what I think. The length of a Venusian day versus a Cyrenian year. I don't know what you're talking about. Venusian? Venusian. Dang, you're on Real Mr. Mad's on a whole nother level. I don't even know what you're talking about. That's deep. That's deep. I'll have to look into that. If someone claims to be a wise man, it surely means they don't know. Right. And usually the person who will say that they don't know is often the wiser one. Venusian day versus Venusian year. Lifespans are getting longer and longer. Yeah, but quality of life is going down. now they're getting longer due to medical advances, which that's actually man playing God. So things like Neuralink, things like just fake hearts, trying to put pig hearts in people, cloning, Neuralink, all these things are gonna, they're gonna extend your life span, but at what cost? For selling your soul, that's the cost. That's man playing God. And it's like everything's a cycle. So, but no, you're wrong. Lifespans are nowhere near what they were in the golden age. And every ancient civilization wrote about the golden age and talked about the golden ages where people lived 1,000 years, or 800, 900 years. So Freddy's wrong as usual. What's up? Anybody else saying? Anything that is called a link, I don't trust. Oh yeah, Link. Link is the main character in Zelda. That's the only Link I trust. Neuralink, Starlink. Yep. The missing link that doesn't exist because we didn't come from monkeys. It's like they acknowledge that they don't have, that there's a missing link, and that it doesn't make sense, the evolutionary chain from like apes to humans, that it doesn't make sense. But they say, well, we got the missing link. They'll say Christians use the God of the gaps fallacy, which is the idea that whenever we can't explain something, we just say, well, God. Like if I can't explain how the earth began, I say, well, God did it. But they have science of the gaps fallacy. So they'll say, well, can you explain the beginning of the earth? Well, the Big Bang Theory. Okay. Explain it. Well, you know, it was just a microscopic thing and it blew up, and there's the universe. So something came from nothing? Well, I don't know. We really don't know. We really don't know. Okay, so it's the science of the gaps fallacy. So if anybody ever uses that one on you, the God of the gaps fallacy, just tell them they have the science of the gaps fallacy. Told you, no links. No bones have been found to prove a skeleton was that old. Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about, Freddie. You don't know that carbon dating techniques are very unreliable, and that if you send a rock to if you take a rock, you break it up into 5 chunks, and you send it off to 5 different carbon dating labs, and you don't give them any additional information, you're going to get back 5 different ages. That's because carbon dating is unreliable. And everybody in science knows that. They know that it's unreliable. And they even say, well, there are things like, I don't know, a great flood that would mess up our carbon dating techniques. Well, how come every civilization wrote about a great flood? How come science knows there was a great flood, so they know that their carbon dating techniques are flawed? Yeah. Brilliant. Brilliant, Freddie. Thanks for proving my point. Venusian Day. Anyway, what time is it? Ooh, it's 10:40. It's about time we need to go. That's pretty deep. That's pretty deep, Mr. Mad. But anyway, hey, thanks Raymond for coming back by. It's been a while. I don't know what I did that made you mad, but hopefully, I don't know. I'm not gonna say sorry because I don't know what I did. But glad you came back. Thank you. Mr. Mad, good to see you here. Freddie, not so much. I had articles. I had an NPR article about Armageddon. I don't want to read it. 4 signs of the end time: the sign of deception, the sign of disputes among nations, the sign of devastation, the sign of deliverance into tribulation. Already read that. 9 verses. Jeremiah, I already read that. 12 verses about the earth on fire. I already read some of these. I read a lot of these. Yeah, I read these already. God will destroy earth by fire. So I came to cast a fire on earth, and would that it were already kindled. I already read most of this stuff. Isaiah 24, we'll end with Isaiah 24, 1 through 23. Behold, the Lord will empty the earth and make it desolate, and he will twist its surface and scatter its inhabitants. And it shall be as with the people, so with the priest, as with the slave, so with his master, as with the maid, so with her mistress, as with the buyer, so with the seller, as with the lender, so with the borrower, as with the creditor, so with the debtor. The earth shall be utterly empty and utterly plundered, for the Lord has spoken his word. The earth mourns and withers. The world languishes and withers. The highest people on the earth languish. The earth lies defiled under its inhabitants, for they have transgressed the laws and violated the statutes, broken the everlasting covenant. So, pretty deep stuff. I'm going to play us a song to play us out. Good Bible thump. Thanks to everyone. Sorry, Earth Days. Thanks for coming by again, Mr. Mad. Be wise. Have a good night. Freddie, I'm going to play us out with a song. Be back next week. We'll have we won't do any Bible. We've done a lot of Bible thumping. We'll do something fun next week. Something interesting and fun, and the news and all the good stuff. Let's play out this song. This is Lib Tears. Lib Tears from Tyson and Bryson. Line in the sand. There's no video for it. Guys, Monday night, kicking the week off right. Dreaded Conservative show every Monday night. 5 p.m. Eastern. No, 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern.
Made everybody hate him this year. Trump this, Russia that. It's funny how it disappeared. It's 2020, man. You might just need a bib here. Give me all the smoke. I want all of the lib tears. Democrats
give me all of the
lib this year. Trump this, Russia that.
Hey, good night too, BY.
It's 2020,
Double
man. You
one,
might just need a bib here. Give me all the smoke. I want all of the lib tears. Got a glass half full. I just want to fill it. I am like a
Val South. Ladies Be South, thank you for hanging out.
Give me all the tears. I'm here.
Jeff Hewitt. Shout out.
4 more years, make the time overlap. Hey. I get a check and the government wants to take over half. Are you crazy? Yo, 50. Gotta say, I sort of laugh. Kinda beta. Why you let women control you with the black? Biden boat going down fast. It's a deep sinker. Trump train rolling through your
guys, the world's a crazy place. I just report on it.
Lil Wayne is a free thinker.
Lil Wayne is a free thinker.
Bars. They're heavy with the meds. Bunch of freaks. We all know there's so many of them pets. They take the two-way. They are jelly in the head. You want to come and get it? We are heavy with the lead.
Heavy with the lead.
Democrats made everybody hate him this year. Trump this, Russia that. It's funny how it disappeared. It's 2020, man. You might just
the whitest rap ever.
Yep.
I want all the lib tears.
Democrats made everybody hate him this year. Trump this, Russia that. It's funny how it disappeared. It's 2020, man. You might just need a bib here. Give me all the smoke. I want
all the lib tears.
Cry me a river. I am not gonna bow down. I am not a quitter. I'm coming for you, Pharaoh. I'm an arrow in the quiver, and I'm on the straight and narrow. I'm aware that y'all just bitter about this, trigger about that. You better forgive to be delivered from the trap. If you vote lib, you hate God. That's a fact. But if you know him, you ain't lost.
Sago.
No cap.
Sago was in chat earlier.
You think it's a family game?
Lord Bibby was in chat earlier. Shout out Lord Bibby. Go check out his shorts. Hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe. Tell a friend.
You want them to come when there's a brawl up in the streets, turn around and backstab them while you calling for the police.
If you like it, tell a friend. If you hate it, tell everybody.
Everybody hate him this year. Trump this, Russia that. It's funny how it disappeared. It's 2020, man. You might just need a bib here. Give me all the smoke.
I want all
the lib tears. Democrats made everybody hate him this year. Trump this, Russia that. It's funny how it disappeared. It's 2020, man. You might just need a bib here. Give me all the smoke. I want all the lib tears.
Hey.
Cry me a river, man.
Hey, build me a bridge and get over it. Guys.
Trump 2020.
Check out Real Mr. Mad's channel. He does some cool unboxing videos and some funny streams. Check out Lord Bibby's channel. He does great shorts. Shout out everybody. We'll be back. Saturdays we do the UFC streams if I'm not working, where we watch the fight and I talk to my brother about the UFC fights and we react to the fights. And I do gaming streams where we watch debates and we watch funny videos, spooky videos, whatever interesting video. People send me videos on Facebook. I can watch those on the gaming streams. We playing some Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom lately. And so Saturdays, that stuff, gaming streams. Monday night though, Dreaded Conservative show. I'll see you next week, guys. God bless. Have a good night. We out. Peace.